morning, everyone, and welcome to the West Grey Council meeting for April 6, 2021. On the call to order, we have all members of council present. We have a quorum. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on the West Grey website, which is www.westgrey.com. So at this point, Supervisor Hewlett, would you mind going over the main features of the Zoom meeting?
Absolutely. Good morning and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 831-6959-0883. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands on video to speak. For members of the public, if you require technical assistance throughout this meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, and I will attempt to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. Moving on to item number 2, moment of reflection. For those listening in and for members of council, if you would be so kind, please take a quiet moment. Thank you. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Is there anything to declare, members of council? Seeing none, we are now going to move on to item number 4, which is delegations presentations. The first one is 4.1, presentation Formworks Inc. Architects, proposed police services building options. I do see Kiko Curry is present, and I wonder also if Keith Curry is present. Both are principals and architects of Formworks. So with that, I'd say good morning. And if you could start your presentation, which is not that one. There we go. It would be fantastic. Welcome Kiko Curry and Keith Curry. Kiko, excuse me, I just want to remind you for your audio, if you would be able to begin again and unmute. Good morning.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, certainly. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. I just thought that I would thank you for having us this morning, and it's a gorgeous day here in Barrie, but I'm not sure what it's like in Durham, but I'm sure it's a beautiful day there, and we'll try to keep it pretty concise so that you can get on with your day. So we're going to talk a little bit about where we're at. I think the last time we met, we had got our cost consultant involved, and he did his cost estimating based on a few options. And you have those in front of you. I believe you got them from Carl. And so there were a few other tweaks. I think you had asked us to look at the locker room area, and I'm not sure if everybody got a look at the design or redesign of that locker area, but it works quite well, and we can accommodate the individual shower and washroom rooms and a common locker area, as well as the fitness room. And I believe that was it as far as the things that you had asked us to undertake. So I think today we're just going to talk a little bit about the green building. We did also have a small proposal for solar panels, and I think that's what we're going to talk about today. So the next slide. Okay, so buildings are responsible for enormous amounts of energy use and carbon dioxide emissions, which calls for the demand of a more sustainable working and living conditions. So when you think about building, it's not just the process of erecting a building, but it's the process of manufacturing. So if you're making steel, for instance, you go back to the mine, and so it's different kinds of components in the manufacturing process contributes to how much energy is used. If we're getting steel from China, we're depending on their modes of manufacturing. We also have to ship it across the ocean. It has to come across by rail to Durham. So there's so many aspects that call for an enormous amount of energy use in carbon dioxide emissions. So, it's every component. It's forestry, adhesives and plastics and glass, the manufacturing component of glass. So it's not just how much energy we use when we turn on a light, but it's everything. So that's why buildings use a lot of energy and carbon dioxide. Next slide. So I just thought we'd talk a little bit about what a green building is. And it's defined as increasing the efficiency of a building or site in the use of energy, water, and other materials and resources, and as well as reducing the building impacts on human health and the environment. So when we talk about efficiency of a building, we talk about energy use, water use, and we can just daylight. If we have good daylight, we don't turn on the lights in the rooms that we occupy. Water, use low flow toilets and shower fixtures. And so if we can increase the efficiency, then we use less material and resources. And as far as reducing the building impacts on human health and the environment, we are talking about having a clean, work environment where we don't have any materials that are off-gassing, and that's something that's comfortable, where we don't feel too hot or too cold, that we have a little bit of control over our environments, because somebody could be sensitive to heat and cold, and you may want to temper that space somewhat. So if you can be in an environment that makes you feel good, certainly there are good impacts towards your own happiness and as well as the environment. Next slide. So green building, has impacts. If we can reduce and eliminate the negative impacts and then create more positive impacts, it preserves natural resources and improves our quality of life. I think in the end, that's what we're aiming to do, is to improve our quality of life. That's what having a green building ultimately does, is that we don't waste resources, because resources don't come back, and we try to make our lives a better place. And it's not just our lives that use the building, it's the community, it's everything that impacts our lives. So if you are able to walk to work, for instance, that's improves our quality of life. So sorry for all the phones, just hold on. Next slide, please. So eliminating the negative impacts. So part of the manufacturing process, if we buy material from China, for instance, and most of the steel does come from China right now, we don't have to. We can determine where we buy our steel. We can say, nope, it's coming from Hamilton. So if you think about that, we have a little bit of control, because Canadian regulations are a little bit better probably than as far as environmental regulations in our country than perhaps China. And we're not transporting the material as far. That includes all the raw materials, and that includes bringing it to the site. So design, a lot depends on design. What we use and how we determine what kind of heating systems we use, that's all design decisions. So everything that are choices, and it starts with design. So whether the design is also impacts on where you buy your materials and how things are constructed. So ultimately, there's so many aspects in the design that help to be responsible consumers for our resources. Next slide. So as far as creating positive impacts, I think it's important that we conserve the natural resources that we have, that we don't clear cut forests, that we don't waste our resources. And I think it's a very important thing that we consider, and it impacts our community all around. I mean, you can think of your own resources as your pocketbook, but if you're thinking about your community and your community at large, which is not just Durham, but Ontario, which is Canada, which is North America, which is the world, I think it's important that we do things that are good for our, common, like for our grandchildren, great grandchildren. So I think that's important that we look at those things. Social benefits, it impacts our health. Like if we are in a building, we know how we feel when we go into a building that has poor air quality, uncomfortable, like if it's cold. We want to have an environment where there's no off-gassing, so that our air quality is very important. And we don't want to strain their local infrastructure. So I don't know if Durham has a water issue or, landfill, all of those things are important aspects for building green. And that's why we build green. Next slide. I'm going to skip this one. Can you go forward a little bit? Okay, again. And one more. Okay, keep going. Keep going. I had actually flipped a few things. Keep going, one more. There we go. So I'm going to talk about lead and intent, because this is what we have done on a number of projects. Our first lead project, which didn't actually get certified because it was very, very early on. I think it might have been 2004 when LEED was first started in Canada. And our mechanical and electrical engineer didn't want to do the energy modeling, which really, really screwed the certification process. But what we do in almost every single one of our buildings is we look at different aspects where we can improve the building performance by looking at the building envelope. And we try to lift that standard as high as possible, because whenever you do a building, it's based on a budget. We are cognizant about the budget. So most of the time, in most projects, there is a budget stated at the very beginning, at the onset of the project, and we try to stay within that window. So when you add higher performance, you add more cost. But the good thing is, if you do have an energy efficient building, then you will have less cost for payment towards utilities. So the ones that we we look at for energy and greenhouse emissions are trying to improve the building envelope. We try to minimize air leakage. We use high efficiency appliances where we can, and that includes water heaters as well. And we try to optimize the energy performance of the building. And in this case, I will recommend that we use some solar panels, a little bit, and that's entirely your choice. The other thing that we do in all buildings is we try to improve the air quality by specifying paints and adhesive sealants and flooring that have low or no VOCs. VOCs are volatile organic compounds, and there are a list of different ones that are not healthy for us to be in an environment where those are. We also try to reduce solid waste and material. In most projects, we have a waste management plan. So that means separating the waste during construction. So if it can be recycled, if things can be returned back to the like skids, for instance, can be returned back to the people that delivered the material on skids. All of these things can be documented and diverted so that we can reduce how much waste goes into landfills. And the other thing that we do, and what was almost impossible in 2004, is determine how much recycled content is in materials. And now the manufacturing companies for different materials almost all have recycled content in some of their products. Not all of their products, but a lot of them. And you can tailor make the building. And if you want higher recycled content, you just select materials that have that. Next slide. Also, water efficiency. This is the use of high efficiency fixtures, low flow toilets, showers, and hand sinks, faucets, and landscaping. So we can use drought tolerant plants and grasses, and which you don't need a lot of watering, like lawns, or any of those things. There are grasses that will have, that will need less water. And there's other things that we look at, or different low impact development strategies to reduce water runoff from roofs and driveways. The lead project I was mentioning, the Ontario Tree Seed Facility, we introduced some turf stones. So it's concrete pavers, and they have little bits of the open cells. You grow grass, or in this case, it was probably more weed than grass. And, the water penetrates the paving area. And it's not to say that this is for the police facility, that's the best means of doing it, but it is an option. So Carl, or somebody can go back to the lead slide, going back. Okay, there we go. So LEAD, next slide. It stands for Energy, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. And it's a certification and rating system. LEED is a means to certify a building. It makes you more accountable to the different aspects of green building. And it started in 1993, which is quite some time ago. In Canada, it started in 2004. So it was developed and tweaked a little bit before it came to Canada. And then we're now in version 4. So it evolves, the LEED process evolves, and right now, they're, trying to incorporate different kinds of emerging green building technologies. And so because they are in a body that is that uses accountability, one of the new parameters with LEED puts a little bit of responsibility on the owners of the building. So for water metering, for instance, they require the owners to monitor how much water they are using by taking monthly readings and to record that usage. So there is some aspects where it's an ongoing process as far as operation and maintenance. Next slide. So as we had discussed in LEED and intent and what we like to do, LEED is a third-party verification that it was designed to certain standards. And then the key areas are human and environmental health. So it's not just our health, but the health of the environment. So they have different categories based on their philosophy. So it's location and transportation, which I touched on, sustainable site development, water savings, energy efficiency, material selection, and indoor environmental quality. And for all LEED projects, there are prerequisites that you must have. And then all the other credits are optional. And there are many, many credits. So depending on what is attainable for each project, those are the ones we try to get. Most of the credits are obtained through optimizing the building envelope and energy usage. Next slide. So we're going to talk a little bit about our building. So next slide. So we have designed a number of police facilities, and they are, unlike a lot of facilities, they are operational 24/7, 365 days a year. And they provide frontline policing and local support to each of the communities they serve. And there are also high security buildings with certain design considerations to withstand earthquakes and act as post-disaster facilities. They have complex information technologies, communication systems, and specialized security considerations, assembly functions, detention facilities, and public and functional spaces separated by security barriers. It is a building that there are people that are under restraint. There are office functions, there are community functions, and basically office related functions for the officers. There are constables that come in and report. There are different storage functions, and they're used for multiple uses. And there's the officers aren't there all the time. They come and go. There are shifts for the 24 hours a day that they work, and it services the community. So the next slide. So unlike a lot of regular office buildings, visibility is an issue from the exterior. Sometimes the safety of the officers is in peril if they can be seen from the outside. So the window sizes and views from the inside are sometimes restricted, where if you wanted a view of the outside, there are certain areas that won't permit views. And then there are limitations to the window areas based on OPP guidelines. So the other thing that makes it a little bit different are vehicle access, parking, and vehicle storage. Most office buildings, if we're talking about office buildings, don't have so much parking. Officers will bring their own car and use a police vehicle. There's all different kinds of storage requirements for vehicles that are impounded or alternative vehicles. I'm sure in your area you use ATVs, snowmobiles. There may even be parade vehicles that you store on site. And those need to be driven and used for different aspects of policing. So they have to be stored, and you know, there's quite a lot of parking area per there are aspects in LEED where they try to reduce parking, but that's not a possibility in this kind of building. So public safety is also a very important thing because of road access and traffic. So siting the building is important. Movement from the road area is also important because there is only certain aspects or locations on the site where we can actually come on and off the road because some of the vehicles will be traveling fairly quickly if they're on a call. Given the location that Durham has selected for the building, which is on a long, slow curve, there are only a certain areas that are available for accessing the roadway. And also the site is not amenable, like LEED will also give you points for carpooling, car share, bicycle, storage facilities for their occupants. I'm not sure how many officers or constables live in the community where they're able to walk or take a bike to work or carpool. I know that when we did the tree seed facility, it was in the community of Angus, which is just outside of Baseboard, and carpooling was not an option because people didn't live close together, and none of them were riding their bike to work. Next slide. So keep going. Next one. Next one. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about solar panels. There is a company in Barrie where we are that manufacture and install solar panels. So our structural engineer has been doing quite a bit of work for this company and linked us together. And they provided us with a little proposal for solar panels on the building. And we talked a little bit about net zero. Can somebody put the other package, the solar package? Great. Okay, so the next page, I think we'll just concentrate on the next page here. So this is a proposal that this company has given us. It is just to put solar panels. When we designed it, we were thinking of putting solar panels on the clear story lights, which lights up the locker room area. And but this company suggests that we put them on the roof. And then in order to achieve net zero, we would have to put them on the ground. So this company has given us a turnkey installed system that is $164,000 with some energy savings for that have if you can scroll down a little bit more. There you go. A little bit more. There you go. Okay, so these are the quick facts for the solar panel system that they have. This is just on the roof, so they have some life cycle costing for the panels themselves. Now, if we decide to go to net zero, then we can't accomplish it with just solar panels on the roof. We would have to put some on the ground. And if we go back to my original presentation, just to show you how much area, the next slide, there we go. So that just is representational of how much we think. Nothing has been designed yet, so we don't actually know how many panels that we'll need, but roughly we on our basic calculations, we would need 2 times or 3 times as many, twice as many on the ground as there is on the roof. So that's representational of how much solar panels that we would likely need for if we were going to try to get to net zero. So that's all I've got for our presentation. I don't know if Carl wanted to add some.
Well, thank you very much, Akiko Curry, for your presentation. We do have a staff report from our chief building official later in the agenda.
Okay.
So our chief building official, Carl Shipwreck, will be making a presentation at that time. But I want to thank you for your presentation, and I wonder if we could have the full gallery screen so I could see all members of council. And at this point, I would just ask members of council, are there any questions of clarification with regard to Akiko Curry's presentation here? And okay, until we get to the gallery screen, I wonder if we could have the, yeah, thanks very much. So members of council, any questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you for the presentation. It's really encouraging and inspiring. I just had a question about, or just an idea about the solar panels, if they were to be located out in the field. I saw a design where they've had a shelter over top of the parking lot, and on top of that, they put solar panels. And I thought that was a really interesting use of space, and it created shading for the vehicles. And so just a thought to share. And then I also had a question, and that would be, could you speak to maybe just a bit more specifically about meeting the LEED requirements? Like, is it achievable with a police building? You spoke to some of the challenges, but overall, in your opinion, is LEED certification something that we could achieve? And does LEED certification still have the different levels of achievement like they used to? Or if you could just explain that too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Solar panels, they do put them, like it's like a carport, and they put the solar panels on the carport, which is a great idea. It's just additional structure. We do have additional costs then. The ground doesn't require structure. And it's also something that you know, whether that's something that the police want, is that something that's amenable to their use? But absolutely, it's a great idea. And, you know, I think it's an option and it's a possibility. As far as LEED is attainable. LEED actually has different processes now. And if this project were a LEED project, unfortunately, it may require starting back at square one, because the process of LEED, and they set targets before you put pen to paper. they set targets and then you design to those targets. So there are aspects to LEED that, you know, as far as site selection, we were given a piece of land that we were trying to maximize the use of, more than trying to build it to all of the sustainable site requirements. And, you know, there is enough room for a fire hall. There are also there is room for other uses. We're not taking up the entire lot. So we're taking the area that makes sense for the police because of site access and safety. That long curve, there's only a few locations on that site where we can actually put the driveway or the roadway. And I think it's important that we maximize the use of you know, it's a valuable commodity. You don't grow more land. So in order to maximize the use, we put our efforts into locating the building in the most appropriate location. So it may not be the best LEED approach, but it is certainly the best option for siting a police building on that site. And there are 4 different LEED certification levels. LEED certified is, I think there's like 100 points, and then there might be some bonus points. Certified is 40 to 49. LEED silver is 50 to 59. Gold and then platinum. I'm not sure if they're all 10-point increments, but it goes up from there.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was most helpful. And thank you for speaking to the placement of the siting of that police station and the consideration you gave for the balance of the land. That's really, that's a good detail. I'm so glad you thought of that as well. Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, good morning. Councillor Hutchison here. Enjoyed your presentation. You talked a lot about the LEED certification, and I understand and I see some benefits to some of the ideas that they come across as far as environmental savings. I'm really curious though, is it really necessary to be LEED certified? Like, what is the monetary benefit of being LEED certified other than to follow their program? Like, we can do as many of those options that you mentioned without necessarily being LEED certified, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And we have done a number of LEED and intent projects, and we did one for the Brant OPP. And we're thinking the mechanical system that we use there is an appropriate one for this community. It's a very energy efficient building. And LEED certification does cost money. It's not free. And the paperwork involved is quite onerous. It's because you have to give them documents that prove that everything that you said that you wanted to do was indeed done. And they will come and certify the building by looking at all of the documents that you prepared and just to make sure that you did what you said that you were going to do.
Right. So, yeah, okay. It just seemed like that maybe it would slow down the process and it would cost more money for something that we could potentially do ourselves without maybe having the acronym of a LEED certified.
Absolutely, I agree, totally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. I'm not seeing any other, yes, I am now. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Curry, for that presentation. It was very inspiring. I was really pleased to hear and see a lot of the initiatives that you've taken, and presumably that you've coordinated a lot of that with our staff. So kudos to them as well. I think I noted in the solar panel report that the cost of the solar panels would result in savings that would offset the initial investment. Was there a mention of the time frame for that savings to recoup the investment?
I'm gonna have to have a closer look at that. I'm not sure, but it's within the lifetime. I think it's in that, the payback period is noted.
Okay.
And then you're gonna be continuing to get savings for the life of the solar panels, which they say 25 years, but I think it'll be, well, it depends, right? Technology changes. 25 years, the solar panels they are making in 25 years won't be the same panels that we're getting now. They will for sure improve technology over and over again. And all of the data on that solar proposal is approximate.
Okay, great. You mentioned also about officers that are able to bike or walk to work. I know of at least one officer that walks to work currently. So I wondered if there might be a way of doing an informal survey to see if there would be any uptake on bicycle storage facilities if there were enough people in the near vicinity.
Absolutely. A bike rack isn't that expensive. And if there are people that will use the building, and I'm not sure who would, it's basically you're trying to get alternative options for the communities. So I think, yeah, a bike rack is certainly a doable thing. I know that there are LEED credits for bike racks, and they say to have shower facilities, but this building has shower facilities, so it's not something that is extraordinary. But for an office building, for people who are biking to work or walking to work, you may want a shower. So, that makes sense for an office building, but for this particular building, it's certainly a doable thing.
Okay, and does this building not have two driveway access points, one on the curve and another one via the back into a residential area?
No, not presently.
Okay. I thought having two entrances was a requirement for police facilities, but it's just something, it's not, I'm no expert on that. We're getting a staff report later on in this meeting. I don't know if you plan to stick around for that, Ms. Curry, or if there's any way if we could move the staff report up. I think a lot of the subjects in this report that we've just received and the staff report are linked, and we might have more questions from Ms. Curry once we're entertaining the staff report. So I don't know what the plan is in terms of coordinating those two presentations. But that's the end of my questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Akiko Curry, if you're able to stick around, it's the item that we're dealing with from our CBO is the first staff report under item 11. So council, we just have to get through the minutes of and just what I call potentially housekeeping items, and we could swiftly get through this item. So Kiko Curry, we certainly invite you to stick around for our CBO's report.
Certainly.
Okay, I on behalf of council very much appreciate that. Members of council, anything further at this point? Okay, well, I'm going to say thank you very much, Kiko Curry, for the very enlightening presentation and most detailed. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Members of council, we're going to move on to our next presentation. Now there are two, 4.2 and 4.3. Presentation Nick McDonald, RPP, Meridian Planning, Town of Hanover Boundary Project. And then under 4.3, presentation Foreigner Consulting Service, Town of Hanover Growth Management Review. Our clerk is suggesting that both of these presentations happen one after the other. And if there's any questions of clarity, that could be done after both presentations. Our clerk is thinking that maybe one presentation may answer questions of clarity. So that's the purpose. And I'm just gonna scroll down. If our members of council are amenable to that, I'm just looking at my side panel to see if there's any comments here from our members of council. All right, so we'll proceed in that fashion. So first bringing on 4.2 presentation, Nick McDonald, again, RPP Meridian Planning, Town of Hanover Boundary Project. Good morning, and would you mind starting your presentation?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Robinson. My name is Nick McDonald, registered professional planner, and I am here on behalf of the town of Hanover. And it really is a pleasure to be here. I'm a land use planner, of course, and I have been providing advice primarily to municipalities throughout my 30 plus year career as a planner. I've also been a planning consultant for all of that time as well. And a significant focus of my work has been on the provision of growth management advice and strategic advice to municipalities, large and small, across the province of Ontario and into Alberta as well. My firm was retained as part of a team of consultants in 2018 to review population and employment projections in the town. And as you will hear in a few moments, we determined that there would be a shortfall in terms of land needs based on our conclusions on expected growth at the time. We also learned through the review of many historical documents that there has been a longstanding concern about land needs in the town, and this is primarily because it is landlocked. We also confirmed, of course, that Hanover is one of two primary urban centers in Grey County, and that Hanover is truly a regional center in both southern Grey County and eastern Bruce County, and it is where many people from surrounding communities go to work, shop, go to school, and access a host of social services, of course, including healthcare. It was determined at the conclusion of phase one that there was and is a need for Hanover to talk to its neighbors. And that's why we're here today in a formal sense, to see if there are ways for a path to be charted to address those land needs, both short-term and long-term. And I'll explain what that means and what the difference is between short and long-term in a moment. We also recommended at the conclusion of phase one that Hanover also look at its own special policy areas. And these are areas within its boundaries for which some additional planning had to be carried out. And you'll hear about that as well. And the purpose of that process was to maximize its availability of land within its own boundaries. So that was phase one. In phase two, the town did initiate a review of its special policy areas, and I'll talk about that in a moment and very briefly. But in order to obtain advice on municipal boundary issues, Hanover reached out to Steve Fournier, who has considerable experience in the public sector and also with restructuring. In terms of moving forward, I feel very strongly that whatever works for Hanover in terms of accommodating additional growth also assists and supports the aspirations of the adjacent municipalities in the area. For example, additional housing in Hanover provides for additional choice. It provides opportunities for affordable housing, which is in short supply across the county and quite frankly across Ontario. Additional employment in Hanover provides jobs for residents in a wide area, and we already know that a significant number of jobs in Hanover are held by residents of adjacent municipalities. And additional growth in general also brings new opportunities in terms of goods and services and enhanced social services, and that benefits everybody. Grey County has also done two things in the last year that I wanted to mention before I start my presentation. It firstly updated its population and employment projections to ensure consistency with the provincial policy statement. It was there that a change in the number of years that are required to be planned for was made. It used to be 20-year supply, now it's 25 years, and Grey County initiated a process to do just that. And through that process, they determined that population growth is certainly expected in Grey County, but at a higher rate than was initially envisioned a few years ago. And as you will hear, the town's population is expected to grow from about 8,000 people to about 12,400 by 2046. It secondly initiated a process to look at cross-boundary issues. And on March 25th, 2021, a report was presented to the County Council that essentially indicated that staff be directed to work with neighboring municipalities and neighboring counties on facilitating discussions on future growth and infrastructure needs and the challenges therein where two or more municipal boundaries are involved. So our plan today is twofold. I plan to give a short presentation that summarizes some of the boundary and growth issues in the town from a historical perspective. Following my presentation, Mr. Fournier will be providing an overview of the significant work that he has completed and the conclusions he has reached. And at the conclusion of his presentation, he will be asking West Grey Council to consider working with Hanover to formally explore options respecting growth needs, which is really what our goal is today, to begin a process of discussion that leads to a solution that benefits both municipalities. With that being said,
Excuse me, Nick McDonald, I can tell you that at this point, thank you for outlining your presentation and your expectation. But at this point in our agenda, we are just receiving your presentation. Council will not at this point be making a decision, and that'll be at a future time. So I just wanted to give you that that knowledge now, so that we would not be, we would just be receiving your information on both presentations. Okay.
thank you very much for that. Certainly appreciate that. I didn't see a resolution or even a draft resolution on your agenda, so we fully anticipated that that would happen at a future time. Our goal today is really to provide you with the background you need to make that decision going forward. So certainly that is certainly fine with us and our expectation as well. With that being said, I'd like to now begin my short presentation, and you'll see the first slide here. If someone could advance to the next slide, that would be great. So just a little bit of history to provide members of Grey County Council with some of the information that I'm sure you already know, but just for the purposes of completeness, I wanted to go through a few historical slides. So as I mentioned, the town has long been concerned about land supply, and way back in 1976, there was a small area of land at the northeast corner of County Road 4 and 28 that was, included within the town's boundary, in addition to a small industrial and residential area south of 2nd Street. This happened in 1976. Next slide. In 1998, the first county official plan was approved, and at that time, an urban fringe designation was established to the north, south, and east of the town of Hanover. The purpose of that designation at the time was to recognize that there were potential conflicts with growth in Hanover in the future, and essentially one of the products of that was a restriction in West Grey's zoning bylaw on the establishment of new livestock facilities in these areas. Next slide. In 2000, as some of you are, I'm sure, aware, Grey County was amalgamated, or many municipalities in Grey County were amalgamated. And while in most cases municipalities disappeared and became part of larger communities, that did not happen with Hanover. And instead of being amalgamated with the surrounding township, about 925 acres of land that you see on this map in the hatch to the north and to the east and to the south were added into the town. These lands, while contiguous to Hanover's boundaries at the time, particularly in the north and the south, were not ideal for development, and you'll hear about that in a moment. Lands to the north are the site of a fairly significant electrical transmission facility, and lands to the south are the site of a number of environmental constraints, which I'll come back to in a moment. Certainly lands to the east, where the Walmart now is, certainly was generally free of constraints, but there still are some in that area. Next slide, please. So the town did a study and it recommended in about 2010, 2012 that an area to the east in West Grey be included within the urban designation. And that's the area D that you see on this particular slide. And that amount of land was about 140 hectares. Instead of adding these lands into an urban designation, these lands were instead included within a future secondary plan category in the county official plan in 2012, and that was through official plan amendment number 80. Hanover also asked the province at that time to modify boundaries in 2010, but that did not occur. The government of the day was clearly not interested in modifying boundaries as its predecessor government was. And when I talk about predecessor, that was when the Conservatives were in power and significant amalgamation and restructuring occurred across the province. When the Liberals came in, they believed that that was not the path to take, and they were not supportive of any changes to Hanover's boundaries at the time. Next slide. In 2014, Official Plan Amendment 122 was prepared. And essentially what happened through that process, again, based on some additional information and work carried out by Hanover, that certain lands within the Municipality of West Grey were added into the primary settlement area designation, even though they weren't within the town of Hanover boundaries. These lands are shown extending to the east and then to the south as it looks like an inverted L. These lands were primarily designated commercial, but some of those lands were also designated open space. Some of these lands have since been purchased by the town. However, while these lands were added into the primary settlement area designation and then designated in West Grey's official plan as well, development has not occurred on these lands. Lack of services, certainly smaller parcel sizes, distance from the County Road 4 for commercial development are some of the reasons why development has not occurred. Next slide. So phase one, 2019 of the scoped comprehensive review, and that's when I became involved in the process. I was part of a team, as mentioned, that was led by Watson and Associates, who does demographic work for municipalities across the province. They also do many development charter studies as well. And we were retained as part of that team to carry out a scope comprehensive review. So we determined at that time that the population of the town was expected to grow from about 8,000 people to about 10,400 people in 2041. We also recommended and suggested that the number of jobs are expected to increase from about 5,200 to about 6,790 in that same time period. And through that process, we identified a need for about 85 hectares of additional development land, with most of that land need being in the form of employment lands that were needed to meet expected demand for that type of land going forward. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, one of our recommendations in phase one was to look very carefully at the special policy areas in the north and southern parts of the town. And these are the areas that are shown in gray on these two maps. So the lands to the north were the lands well, most of the lands in the northern part are part of the electrical transmission facility and the hydro lines that extend from Bruce through the northern part of Hanover. There are other lands in that area that we looked at, and we determined, based on looking at a whole host of issues, servicing and environmental in particular, that there were lands in that area that were suitable for development. And through this process, we made recommendations to the town on designating all of the remaining lands in the town within the special policy areas, either within a residential or industrial category. And the public meeting on that official plan amendment was held on March 15th of 2021. And we hope to finalize that amendment and recommend an amendment for council's adoption very shortly, after which it'll go to the County of Grey for approval. So based on the work completed at the time, Watson and Associates again looked at the land supply issues based on the work we did in the special policy areas and determined that about 87 hectares of additional land was required to support population growth to of about 10,400 people. So as I mentioned, Grey County also looked at population and employment expectations, and they have since determined that Hanover's population is now expected to grow to about 12,200 by 2046. I know that says 2021. That should be corrected. I'd be meaning to correct that, but it just hasn't happened. So that means that more than 87 hectares of land will be required in the short term. We don't have a new number to share with you today. That is currently being worked on, but we certainly anticipate that it will definitely be more than the 87 hectares that we've already identified. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there's a short-term and there's a long-term component that needs to be dealt with going forward, in my view. The short-term issue is, it has to do with making sure that Hanover has enough land to plan for an appropriate range of development to meet the provincial policy statement, which requires that municipalities plan for a 25-year period. And we have concluded that Hanover will not be able to meet its obligations under the provincial policy statement to do just that without there being some modification to its boundary or some arrangement made with adjacent municipalities to accommodate growth adjacent to its boundary. So we know that that is a fact going forward, and Grey County, in my view, has recognized that. However, there is also a need for a longer term solution that allows for the town to carry out long-term growth and infrastructure planning. And when I say long-term, I call it the 50-year plan or even the 100-year plan. What we've seen in the last few years is that Hanover has always been looking at its boundaries, talking to municipalities, not making any headway one way or another, and has continuously been dealing with this issue. And in my view, it would certainly be beneficial if we could solve the problem once and for all so that the town can properly plan for its future without having to worry about the next 5 years and the 5 years after that. So that's what we're calling the long-term solution. And certainly from my perspective, it's always good to have multiple options for development on the table so that there are a variety of locations for development and also a variety of developers. And in the end, this allows for the town to respond to opportunities as they arise, most notably employment, because we certainly see Hanover as being an excellent location for job growth going forward. Next slide. So there is no next slide. So this is where I stop, and this is where I now turn it over to Mr. Fournier. And as indicated at the outset of this, it would be appreciated if any questions could be held until after Mr. Fournier's presentation, and then both of us would be more than happy to answer any questions that members of council may have. With that being said, I'll now hand it over to Mr. Fournier. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Mayor Robinson and members of council, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you both. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you about the town's restructuring and community engagement component that Nick has referenced. I'd like to begin with just a little bit of a quick summary of the process, if we could. Next slide, please. Alrighty. The objective, overall, what we were trying to do is develop a collaborative and a flexible process for engagement with all partners and to address the town's long-term growth planning and land supply needs, not just within, as Nick noted, as well in the 50 to the 100-year planning horizon. And overall, our process was designed to identify opportunities and constraints, incorporate best practices where we could find them, document each step. That was clear and important, and communicate and inform all participants throughout the process. There was 4 stages developed. The first stage was to research all local restructuring activities and relevant provincial restructuring examples to provide some guidance in this process. Then we needed to also then identify the provincial and municipal partners, and in some instances, community leaders, and develop the engagement protocols. So that 4-stage, the next stage of the program, if we could move to the next slide, please. All right, it was then to schedule and conduct follow-up meetings and prepare what I'd call a stage 1 to 3 report with the restructuring options for consultation with provincial partners. And lastly, the final step was to incorporate that provincial input into a stage 4 report and schedule council meetings with the town in order for it to make decisions about moving ahead on meeting its growth needs. Our work commenced in March of 2020, coincided very closely with the advent of COVID, and will conclude in 2021 with council meetings with the Council of Town Hanover. The stages 1 to 3 summary and addendum reports, which have been circulated, incorporate all the relevant documentation. It summarizes the work that was conducted, the outcomes achieved during these stages of the process. There were activity logs and things like that as well put together. Next slide, please. What we find in the local municipal restructuring activity, and Mr. McDonald has touched upon a number of these things, so I'm going to hop over them when I come to them so we don't duplicate and give you more time for your meeting today. But clearly the town's been engaged in long-term planning and restructuring for some time. And Mr. McDonald has covered the boundary extensions that did occur. He's mentioned amalgamation and also the visit with the minister in 2010. In addition, there were other initiatives that surfaced over time. The Hanover West Grey Charter, for example, was initiated in 2013, but it didn't result in any mutual agreement to service development for lands in West Grey and hasn't up until this point. Next slide, please. The other part that became very clear as we began looking at things, in particular the history of the farmlands that were owned by the Magwood family adjacent to the town's eastern boundary. They've proven to be a major constraint in all efforts to pursue any annexations, particularly since 2000. The Magwood farm landholdings and the operations in 2015 were recognized, I believe, again, as Mr. McDonald referenced, were recognized together with a limited amount of commercial and open space uses in the county's official plan. And again, Mr. McDonald made reference to the regional role. The other piece that came out as I was doing research was really an interesting one, and I liked it, plain and simple. The elimination of non-resident fees for the town's parks, recreation, and cultural services in 2016. In my municipal life, that's an extremely positive step, and it acknowledges the role and the contributions that all municipalities make to a local economy. And I was quite pleased to see that effort by the town. Next slide, please. Now, more important efforts, again, later in 2019, with conversations at the informal political level did not result in any further discussions with the town of Hanover or West Grey at that time. And in conclusion, when we look at that sort of history of the local activity, the town's been actively involved with a number of partners, including the county for sure. And the town has pursued a number of paths and has made investment to meet its long-term needs, particularly through the county and the Municipality of West Grey. The journey is well documented, and it has some successes, and it does have its disappointments. And importantly, when we finished this review, we learned that there are some realistic parameters that will shape the development of any restructuring or long-term development options for the town. Next slide, please. We then turned our work to what's going on at the provincial level. And much of this has also been captured recently in the county's addendum report with respect to municipal growth and boundary issues. And it's really quite amazing in my mind when you begin to have a look at all of the examples that are out there. And in a nutshell, a lot can be placed on the table for discussions on boundary adjustments. It ranges from the typical traditional phasing of property tax through new revenue sharing, lump sum payments, new fees, various things, some more innovative public and private revenue sources for new capital infrastructure, adjustments to service costs, all kinds of things. Just about any and everything you would like to put on the table for discussions about future growth and boundary adjustments, you'll find it. You'll find it in the provincial literature. Next slide, please. And the other piece, when we talk about restructuring, is amalgamation. And we had a little look at that as well in terms of how it focuses on changes to local government structures. And it remains, even today, a viable option to meet long-term planning and land supply needs of 2 or more municipalities. So as we began to investigate what could be done, amalgamation cropped up and became an option that should be left on the table. What became important too, the tools that we're talking about here can really produce a win-win situation. And it's an approach that we recommended that the town must, and clearly in terms of the conversations we've had so far, the town is committed to embrace and pursue. Now, moving forward, the town must develop a restructuring proposal, and there are a number of requirements. And I'm just going to touch upon these briefly. You've got to identify the lands. You've got to develop an engagement process for all of the partners, much the same as we have done here. The initial input, you need input from the province and the municipal and community members. Next slide, please. Then you develop the terms and provisions and incorporate all of that initial input so that you can determine how it meets provincial standards and requirements and policies and things like that. You obtain feedback on a draft restructuring proposal from all participants, and then you prepare a formal restructuring proposal for approval by all municipal partners, and then move it forward to the province for its approval. And what we've again learned as we worked our way through this process is that in this initial process that the town is again demonstrating that it's both willing and prepared to comply and work with all legislative requirements. Our next step, please. I'm sorry, next page, slide. The next step, phase 2, the stage 2, was all about identifying the partners. And we worked this out fairly early in March and carried these tasks out from March 2020 to March 2021. I'm sorry for the missing numeral there. And all of this again has been documented. And we developed the restructuring engagement process on a number of principles and objectives at that time. We wanted to develop a plan that addresses the town of Hanover's future growth, development, and land supply needs that not only was beneficial to the town, but beneficial to adjacent municipalities. We wanted to embrace a process that engaged all municipal, county, and provincial and community stakeholders where appropriate and when required, and the partners in the development of the plan. We wanted to make sure all options are explored, ranging from the formal restructuring, such as annexation and amalgamation, to intermunicipal service and development agreements, and that could meet the needs in a manner that would be consistent with all municipal and provincial policy directions. And we wanted to also conclude the process with a long-term solution, again, referenced by Mr. McDonald. We want to go beyond the 20 to 25 year legislative planning period and look to that 50-year plus horizon. to meet those documented and expected and anticipated long-term growth needs. Next slide, please. So the following parameters really guided and shaped the process. And what we learned very quickly and was very important, was we working closely with the County of Grey. And we wanted to ensure that roles, mandates of both the towns and the county's long-term planning projects are complementary. We wanted to expand the town's focus to include also lands in both Bruce and Grey counties, something that had been done on occasion, but in this particular process, we decided to look west and east as well. And then there was a need to address the town's documented land shortage in the Watson and Associates and the MPC work in 2019. And it became important, and I've highlighted these words, and again, I think I'm reiterating what Mr. McDonald mentioned earlier. There's a need, you need a horizon, a planning horizon that allows you for hard and soft infrastructure planning. You want to establish a basis for growth and development to occur in phases and as the need arises and that as the market requires, so that you can respond with some flexibility and with some options. You want to position the town to unlock economic development opportunities in order to maintain and enhance the regional role. You also want to have a look to make sure there's enough land within corporate boundaries to respond to market demands for housing and employment, serviced housing and employment, and to carry out long-term planning to make it happen as well. And so those factors influence the approach that has been taken. Next slide, please. Once we determined the engagement parameters were established and the partners were identified, then we began a sequential consultation information process that was developed and recognized the roles and the planning approval responsibilities of the various levels of government. And we started with the province, meeting with them initially, including the Minister of Municipal Affairs, particularly the MSO Western Office and its staff. We also touched base initially with the MPP from Bruce, Grey, and Owen Sound, and we also caught up, we had to catch up and add MPP Thompson to this process as well, because of the fact that we were looking eastward into Bruce County and into Brockton as well. At the county level, we focused initially on the chief administrative officers and the planners for the county of Grey and Bruce. And then at the local level, we first, it was agreed to approach the mayors and the CAOs for the municipalities of West Grey and Brockton. And then within the Hanover community, we wanted to have a chat with former and current community leaders who were identified, including previous members of council, some town CAOs, and community business people. Our next slide. The engagement process then was initiated with introductory letters from the town of Hanover CAO clerk and emailed to the provincial and municipal partners on June 26th and the 30th in 2020, and copies of all of this correspondence, including the follow-up letters to the mayor and CIO of West Grey and the responses that the town received from West Grey in January of 2021 are all found in the documentation appendix with respect to the invitations and the responses to those invitations as part of the process. Our next slide, please. Schedule stage 3, holding the meetings. And a lot was done here. And the tasks in this stage were carried out from July 2020 to March 2021. And again, they're documented in the original summary report and the addendum report. Meetings were held with all participants who responded to the town's invitation. And in some of the significant findings here, meetings with the County of Bruce and the Municipality of Brockton, we found expressed there was an initial interest to continue the discussions with the town And there were also consultations with the landowner in Brockton that revealed further interest. And then, as I mentioned earlier, MPP Thompson was brought into the process to ensure that the provincial partners, all provincial partners, were aware of what was going on. The Municipality of West Grey also expressed an interest in continuing the discussions. And the initial consultations then with the manager and the staff of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs MSO Western Office was helpful. It provided provincial expectations, it provided guidance and advice, and indicated that if assistance was required, if it warranted, it would in fact be provided. Next slide, please. These became important in stage 3, the consultations with the County of Grey, because there were initial concerns over the scope of work and the outcomes for both the town's process and the county's planning initiatives at this time, particularly in 2020. There was the Hanover Owen Sound Task Force that surfaced very early, and then there was the 20 to 25 year growth management studies. And in the end, we took time, and there were a number of working meetings with county staff, and we learned at the end in this process, what we were able to conclude in consultation with the county was that the respective work plans and the outcomes were both in some cases distinct, and if there was overlap, they were very complementary and were designed to work together. Contact then with community members also provided some additional background history in the town's past restructuring and shared servicing agreements, both with the municipalities of Brockton and West Grey. And it reaffirmed in many ways the constraints as well as the opportunities that we might have to move forward to the east, to the west, and to the north in particular. Next slide. The other part that was important is we made contact with the Magwood family. And during the process, it was the family clearly confirmed without any hesitation that it was clear to them from their perspective, there really was no interest in selling their lands, participating, or discussing the town's restructuring or engagement processes. Again, it was clear, it was precise, and we understood clearly where the family stood in this matter. We also, in terms of ordering and meeting the requirements of the Municipal Act in terms of restructuring, we had to make sure that we identified the Indigenous communities, and this too was done. So the town has, and in my opinion, will continue to exercise this commitment to the requirement for the due diligence that this process or any related process as required in order to move along to the next stage. Next slide, please. The options for consideration in stage 4. What became clear as we began to work through this process is that, you know, the town's engagement process has been extensive. It's been largely positive and it's been informative. It's also given the realities of where Hanover is geographically, we began to get a better feel for those restructuring options for consideration. And here they are in no particular order. Annexations of the lands to the east in West Grey, and that would include Magwood lands and others. Still, as we noted earlier, we would have to look at working out a willing partnership on that, and perhaps even leapfrogging over the Magwood lands and resulting in more expensive servicing or other things to, again, recognize that particular property and its current use. You could look at annexations of the lands to the north of Hanover again in West Grey, but as I mentioned earlier, we need to begin to work on a willing partner to reach any agreement that could require approval. Amalgamation, as I noted earlier, is an option. Again, that requires a willing partner to reach an agreement. Amalgamation with Hanover and the Municipality of Brockton, what we learned is we would require a bit more input from the Western MSO office because of inter-county boundaries and making sure that we addressed any issues that arose from that particular aspect. And similarly, annexing lands to the northwest and to the southwest of Hanover and Brockton, very early in the process indicated there was the greatest opportunity for actual restructuring of our boundary adjustments. But again, we would have to work through the Western MSO office and the municipality to in that particular option to see how far we could go with it. The next page, please, or next slide. Do nothing. Now, of course, always an option, but it isn't as far as Hanover is concerned. For 20 years, it's invested a lot of time and its efforts and resources to address its planning needs. And clearly, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many people we've met in this process, the town needs to continue with these efforts. Now, lastly, in terms of options, alternatives, such as the intermunicipal servicing and development agreements, as either a standalone approach or incorporating it into a restructuring agreement, also remain on the table for discussion. The responses and the comments finally in the phase 2 stages 1 to 3 summary and addendum reports that are from Minister Walker and Thompson and the MMH Western office will be incorporated into that next stage of the process. And just to reiterate that again, that next stage, stage 4, is for the council of the town of Hanover to sit down and say, what's our best options? What do we need to do? Where should we be going? And as Mr. McDonald indicated, and as Mayor Robertson qualified, the one thing that we do look for is as when the town or the municipality of West Grey has an opportunity to sit down and discuss what it would like to do, the town obviously would be interested in knowing if they'd like to continue on this process and find a mutually agreeable solution for long-term growth needs. Thank you, and I'm happy to, along with Nick, answer any questions that you might have about the process and where Hanover has been throughout this process.
Well, thank you, Stephen Fourier, and also Nick McDonald for your presentations. Certainly it was West Grey Council that extended the invite through the town of Hanover. They were so inclined to come before our council for a presentation, and ultimately this is where we land today. So we've had members of council 2 presentations, one dealing with the Town of Hanover Boundary Project and also the Town of Hanover Growth Management Review. Lot of presentation time, lot of information. I'm going to ask members of council if there are any questions of clarification that they wish with respect to these 2 presentations, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, Councillor Hutchison here. I'd just like to clarify something and something that our committee has already talked about when we've talked with Hanover. I find the term annexation a very sort of negative term, and we talked about maybe using the terms boundary adjustments or coming up with mutual agreements. It seems to me annexation really seems to be saying, let's take one group is sort of chopping something away from another group. And I don't really like that connotation. So I like to think going forward that we're really talking about boundary adjustments or mutual agreements, amalgamation or something, but annexation to me gives the wrong connotation. Just like to clarify that, that's all.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Either Stephen or Nick, any brief comment with respect to that? Stephen Fourier, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Through you to Councillor Hutchinson. I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, every once in a while, given my amount of time in the municipal sector, the old term annexation crops up quite a bit. I too agree with your observation that boundary adjustments, amalgamations, and other forms of options to pursue make good sense. So I hear you loud and clear on that one.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No.
Okay. Anything further, members of council? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you to the presentations today and for the information. Certainly, I've been following closely information as it's been presenting to Hanover and discussions in Grey County as well. So thanks for coming today. And I'm so glad we've got this committee working together of West Grey and Hanover and moving the conversation forward. I do have a question about intensification within Hanover. If you could just touch upon a little bit what steps are being taken to intensify within the boundaries and building up, not just out. I appreciate just a short comment about that as well. Thank you very much.
I'll take that question if that's okay through you to Councillor Hamilton. Yes, certainly the town recognizes that it has to also intensify. That's certainly a key provincial direction. The town's policies on intensification are fairly up to date. Probably could always use some kind of modernization or updating. But the town has been very open to intensification based on my discussions with them. They're certainly willing to discuss basically any proposal that results in some form of intensification, but there are limited opportunities. It's not a big municipality. A lot of the older areas are built out, but we do realize there are opportunities. Grey County also anticipates that 15% of anticipated growth should occur as intensification. So that's the target that they have established. And certainly the town is willing to live with that moving forward and to work with that to support it and encourage it. So we certainly recognize that is a very important consideration as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. I just want to reiterate that we have initiated discussions from West Grey with Hanover on the growth strategy and their growth plan. And more meetings are in fact scheduled and anticipated going forward, as well as communications and decisions that will be coming to West Grey when and if appropriate. So regarding the comment about getting some sort of recognition of West Grey's willingness to work with Hanover, I think you're already seeing that in practical terms. And I guess when it's the right time to put some structure around that, it'll come back to council again, you know, to maybe be more specific and more directed once we've gone a little further down the path. So I wanted to clarify, rather than do a general one at this point, which we sort of have with our structure of the committee and the discussions and commitment of our time and effort already. I think you have the high level, but rather than doing that, let's do it in a more constructive and defined focus term going forward when the time is right. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Anything else, members of council? Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for the presentations. I noted that you highlighted the Magwood concerns and their lack of interest in selling, and that you indicated leapfrogging over the Magwood properties as one possible long-term solution. You didn't include annexation or appropriation of the Magwood properties as an option. So is that something that's off the table? I assume it's not being considered.
Certainly, I'll deal with that, and through you to Councillor Shea. No, that's not something that's on our table or on our radar. And I believe when you say appropriation, you mean expropriation. And no, that's not something that we've ever talked about as being an appropriate way forward. Certainly, that has happened in some very unique circumstances across Ontario, but it's not something that has been ever discussed with our group.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Anything else, members of council? Seeing none. Thank you both to Nick McDonald and Stephen Fourier for your presentation. We appreciate your time attending our West Grey Council meeting. So with that, members of council, we are now moving on to item 5. And that is a public meeting. There are no public meetings for the specific agenda. And now we're moving on to item 6. This is the comment period. So I would ask Supervisor Hewlett to identify the parameters for our comment period, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. For members of the public wishing to express a comment, you can do so in a variety of ways. If you have joined us using a phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and we will unmute you at the mayor's request. Alternatively, you can press *9 to lower your hand. If you have joined us using the online meeting software and would like to express a comment, please send a chat message to myself, either stating that you would like to express a comment or with your comment that I can read on your behalf. Again, my name is Cody Hewlett. I am the Recreation Supervisor. So if you've joined us over the online meeting software, which I believe most of our participants have, you can just send a chat message to myself.
So let's wait a moment. Supervisor Hewlett, have you received any emails or have there been any other submissions? Our comment period at this point.
At this time, I have not received any comment submissions over email or through alternative ways. And just taking a quick review of the chat and dashboard, I'm not seeing any individuals wishing to express comment at this time.
Okay, then. Well, thank you very much. All right. So, members of council, let's move on for a moment. Would you be interested in a break? And I'm wondering if coming back at 10:45 would be appropriate. So if you're okay with just a consensus, it looks like everybody's fine with that. So we're completed item 6 because I moved on to my question to you. So let's take that break and I'll see you all back at 1:45. I'm just reminding you to take your video and your audio off, please. And thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. It is 10:45. I'm wondering, Supervisor Hewlett, if you would be so kind as to take the recess screen off and also put us on gallery view. That way I'll be able to identify if we have all members of council present and staff. Thank you very much for doing that. I'm wondering, Councillor Shea and Councillor Hamilton, have you returned? Just waiting on Councillor Shea for the moment. Clerk Sharback, do we have all the staff that we require?
Sure, Your Worship. I believe everybody's here and ready to go.
Okay. So with that, just waiting on Councillor Shea just for a moment as we go to 10:46. I will call the meeting to order. We have a quorum to begin. And we look forward to Councillor Shea returning, and I will acknowledge when that does take place. So we are now on item number 7, which is unfinished business. Clerk Sharback, is there any unfinished business for this agenda?
Through Your Worship, not for this agenda.
Thank you. Item number 8, which is adoption of minutes. We have a listing of minutes. First, Clerk Sharback, I'd ask you to, before we go any further, I do want to acknowledge Councillor Shea is here. And now, Clerk Sharback, could you please read the recommendation? I'll get a mover and seconder, and then we'll go through the minutes if there's anything that needs to be adjusted. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that Council hereby adopts the minutes of the special council meetings of March 2nd and March 8th, 2021, and the regular council meeting and public meeting of March 16th, 2021, as circulated.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I move.
And a seconder, please. The Deputy Mayor, are you seconding the motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Okay. So with respect to 8.1, a March 2nd, 2021 special council meeting, any comments? 8.2, March 8, 2021 special council meeting. Any comments? 8.3, March 16, 2021 council meeting. Any comments? 8.4, March 16, 2021 public meeting. Any comments? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Moving on to item 9, a committee and board reports. Clerk Sharback, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Thank you. Now, there are a couple, a few minutes to be addressed, and then I will also ask if there's any board or committee updates. So with regard to 9.1, Elmwood Community Center Board Minutes, January 5th, 2021. Any comments? 9.2 then, Soggy Municipal Airport Minutes, January 17th, as well as March 1st, 2021. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. 9.3, West Grey Local Accessibility Advisory Committee, March 24, 2021. Any comments? 9.4, West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee Draft Minutes, March 8, 2021. All right, then, and 9.5, West Grey Traffic Ad Hoc Working Group. Sorry, West Grey Traffic Safety Ad Hoc Working Group. Any comments? Councillor Hutchinson.
I would just like to compliment the mayor for going through each of those reports. I think it's great that we do it one by one, because sometimes we want to make comments, and if we lump them together, then it sort of gets lost. So I like the idea of going through each report, giving us an opportunity to ask questions or respond. So I like that process. Thank you.
Wonderful, and thank you for your input. So we're done the minutes at this point. But I want to invite any member of council that has an update on any of your boards or committees at this time. Okay, I'm not seeing anything for this particular agenda. Thank you very much. So quick Sharbeck, could you just read that recommendation again, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Deputy Mayor?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Just checking with you, did I have a mover and seconder for that? Was that correct? I'm just looking at my note here.
Through you, your worship, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think Councillor Hamilton and Deputy Mayor Hutchinson moved and seconded the minutes.
Thank
for
you.
council minutes, but not for the committees and boards to receive
Thanks.
theirs.
And I do appreciate that clarification because I noted that and I want to make sure we always have a mover and seconder. Yep, so that's good. So with that, Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding or rather moving the motion?
I'll move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was your compliment that threw me off. I don't know. Is there a seconder for this motion, please? Councillor Shea, would that be you?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any questions overall on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to correspondence. We have a fair listing. So many of them have recommendations. There are 2 that do not. When we get to them, I'll ask how council wishes to address that. But on 10.1, under correspondence, Grey County Economic Development, Tourism and Culture re-endorsement of Grey County Cycling and Trails Master Plan. Clerk Sharbeck, would you mind reading the recommendation?
To you, your worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of West Grey endorses the Grey County Cycling and Trails Master Plan as a long-range blueprint for a county-wide cycling and trails network and a tool to facilitate implementation and a guide for future policies.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I second the motion, but I'd also like to comment.
Well, that would be you right now, please.
Yeah, so in that, looking under the key next steps, there's a number of recommendations that's going forward. One of them is they're reaching out to Municipality of West Grey for membership on these working groups. There's an on-road cycling working group and an off-road trails working group. I would be interested in joining one of those groups. One of the comments, I think the downfalls of this, the master plan that they created here was that they spent a lot of time looking at cycling routes, but not so much time on off-road or hiking trails and whatnot. So I think that's why they've come up with the 2 groups. So I'd be interested in joining one or 2 of those groups just to have some input on that.
Very good. So there is an identification of a couple considerations for Grey County committees. Clerk Sharbeck, is that something you can bring forward in a report? Or what was your pathway forward? Seeing that this was the recommendation was just the endorsement of the master plans.
Through your worship, yes, through our correspondence report email, this was identified as an item that a member of council wished to see on the agenda with a recommendation of support. Council could entertain at this time or on the next agenda a separate notice to appoint Councillor Hutchinson to those committees. I'm just wondering if from the county's perspective, is that what they're looking for, is an appointed member of council? Or perhaps we could add that to our next agenda and just clarify what exactly they need.
Yeah.
And then that would provide Councillor Hutchinson with the authority to go and represent West Grey at that table.
Okay, thank you for your
Council's
comments.
prerogative, how you'd like to go forward.
Sure, thank you for your comments. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, maybe if I can just leave it with our county reps to look in it. Let's say we will be reaching out to the Municipality of West Grey. So maybe that's something to come. So we'll leave it with you. And then after that, I mean, there may be other people who want to do that, so then we have to nominate a volunteer. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you for highlighting it, and it does address if any other member of council is interested, and certainly you've registered your interest for sure. That's been amplified, and thank you for that. But it identifies that the county will bring it forward. We have a pathway forward as well with our clerk. So good questions, and we'll see this on again, no doubt. Councillor Hutchinson, was there anything further?
No, not this
Okay,
time.
thank you. Any other member of council? So then on the motion, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. And thank you very much. We are now moving on to 10.2, Paul and Yvonne McGilvery, EAM Enterprise, request for exemption from West Grey noise bylaw. Back to the recommendation.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that EAM Enterprise Limited is hereby exempt from the prohibition related to the delivery of products in Schedule B to Bylaw 55/2016, being the noise bylaw, to allow the delivery of products to the Durham Tim Hortons location outside the hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., and that this exemption shall be for a period of 6 months pursuant to Section 6.1 of Bylaw 55/2016, to be reviewed by council in August of 2021.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I would move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Would that be you, Councillor Hutchinson, with your electronic hand raised?
Yes, it sort of got left over from the last question, but anyways, I'll second that, and I'd also have a comment or a question.
Okay. If you're able to lower your hand, that would be great just for me in terms of running the meeting. Thank you for that. And please go ahead with your comment or question.
I was just curious why they're asking just for 6 months. Is this not something that happens on a regular basis when they have deliveries? I'm curious why there's a 6-month timeline in there.
Clerk Sharbuck, do you have a response?
Your Worship, yes, that's a good question, Councillor Hutchinson. They do need the exception on a long-term basis, but at this time, our current noise bylaw has a provision in it that says council can only allow a 6-month exemption. And it's usually for the purposes of construction or something like that. This is a little bit different. And their deliveries come maybe 6 or 6:30 a.m. So they do need a long-term exemption from that. And I think in August, if we haven't had an opportunity to revisit that noise bylaw and sort of clear this up for them in the bylaw itself, then perhaps in August, council could just simply extend it for another 6 months until such time as we can perhaps revise the bylaw and not have it an issue for our local businesses that require those early morning deliveries.
Okay, yeah, I agree. That would be a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and through you. Also, Clerk Sherbuck, I'm wondering, are there other companies that we perceive have a similar problem or challenge at the wee hours of the morning that we would therefore have to address? And is that the reason for looking at the bylaw?
Through you, Your Worship. Councillor Townsend, that's a good question. I've only heard a request from Paul and Yvonne McGilvery, and that's based on a complaint that they received for a different location of Tim Hortons that they own. And they wanted to be proactive here. No other businesses have perhaps received a complaint about the noise of a delivery at 6:30 as opposed to after 7 a.m. But we do have other businesses. I'm not sure when they're getting their deliveries. I think if we fixed it in the bylaw, then if somebody is getting a produce delivery or a product for Tim Hortons or whatever it is for their daily business, it's not unreasonable for them to get those deliveries and get them on the shelf, so to speak, in the wee hours of the morning. So I think it's something that we could provide wording in the bylaw itself, that it's not the noise of a party, it's getting ready for a day's business. It is a little bit different, and that would allow for the grocery store or any other business receiving those daily products.
So to be clear and summarize, I'm assuming therefore we don't have a lineup of people that are saying they have a similar issue or a similar request.
No, not at this time, not at all. Paul and Yvonne McGilvory have been, are taking a proactive approach to this, just to make sure that their staff in the early morning receiving the delivery and their drivers providing the delivery aren't presented with any challenges on the spot, that they're acting legally.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you. Further members of council? See none? All those in favor, raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. 10.3, Jan Simpson, a national president, a Canada Union of Postal Workers, RE, request for support for delivering community power. Clerk Scharbeck, would you please read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is whereas there is an urgent need for banking services among the unbanked or underbanked, given that thousands of villages and rural municipalities do not have a bank branch, and more than 900 municipalities have expressed their support for postal banking, whereas thousands of Canadians do not have access to affordable high-speed internet, and the federal government has long promised to bridge the rural broadband gap, whereas urgent action is needed to establish a robust network of electrical vehicle charging stations, and whereas to achieve carbon neutral targets by 2050, Canada Post must greatly accelerate the electrification of its fleet. And whereas the extensive network of post offices in our communities can provide a wide range of services as community hubs, and whereas Canada Post letter carriers and RSMCs can check in on vulnerable residents to help keep us in our homes longer as we age, and whereas Canada Post must play its part for a more equitable post-pandemic recovery, and whereas the way forward for Canada Post, the report of the 2016 Federal Public Review of the Postal Service recommended that Canada Post expand services and adapt its services to the changing needs of the public. And whereas the Canadian Union of Postal Workers has advanced delivering community power, a vision of the post-carbon digital age postal service that addresses the above needs and more, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey endorses delivering community power, and that this motion be circulated to the Honorable Anita Anand, Minister for Public Services and Procurement.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
I'll move. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second that motion.
Questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a comment, just to bring this into relevance. Just lately in Elmwood's bank is closing, yet they have a post office. So, you know, having the ability to leverage those postal outlets, it's a really good forward-thinking idea. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw Councillor Hutchinson's hand up. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot in this statement, and I'm just wondering, I'd like to hear more in some ways. Like, it's sort of a blanket statement, says we're going to do everything. We're going to do electrification, we're going to do postal banking, we're going to have community hubs, we're checking in on vulnerable residents. Like, to me, I'd like to know, I'd like to see a bit of a plan, and as far as us supporting this and then them throwing it back to government, say, here, everybody supports us doing all these things. I'm not sure if I do. I know it's great, electrification. I think that's great if they want to electrify their vehicles, but I'd like to know a little bit more about what it is they're really planning on doing without just throwing a bunch of things at the wall and seeing what sticks. seems to me what they're doing here. And I understand too that it's sort of self-preservation, right? It's to keep the postal going and preserve jobs or whatever. But the other question is, how much is it going to cost the public to expand all these services, right? Postal service is funded by the federal government. So I'd like to know more about this before I say, sure, we'll support all these things. So that's where I stand.
Well, thank you. Any other comments? All right. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Those opposed, I will call after if there's any. All those in favor? Okay, 4 members in favor. All those opposed, raise your hand. 2 members of council voted in opposition, but the motion is carried. Okay. So on 10.4 and Bartlett, request for a chipping and hard surfacing concession to SDR. How do you wish to proceed with this correspondence? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I've actually visited the road since it's within a stone's throw of where we live. And while there is some work there, I'm not sure that it's suitable for a bypass. And I also wasn't sure whether the request was for the full road of SDR or just a portion of it. And so I would like to refer this to staff to come back and respond based on their findings after they look at it, and also for them to consider what actually is the schedule for doing that, or whether it jumps up and creates a problem elsewhere in the road structure. But I think these kind of decisions, first of all, should be with staff first before us.
So that's what you're moving?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'll look to Clerk Sharbeck for the word smithing, and then I'd look for a seconder on that. Thank you.
Through your worship, I have moved by Councillor Townsend that council hereby direct staff to provide a report to a future council meeting regarding the request of Ann Bartlett for hard surfacing concession 2 and SDR.
Councillor Townsend, are you good with the wording?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Are there any comments? Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I think I see this email in 2 parts. So one is addressing a more immediate concern of some of the more immediate potholes and that kind of thing. And then one would be her suggestion for a longer term solution of hardtop. So going back to the first concern about the ruts and the potholes, could we just have comment from staff? Have they received this email and have they assessed the road condition? And is it something that that perhaps they've remedied or are concerned about? Just would like to hear their feedback, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Schwinski, to the comment, inquiry.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. I have not had a chance to review this particular email, and however, if I could do so and respond back to council at the next meeting, if that's acceptable to council, I could do that.
That sounds fine, and I think it could just be folded in should this motion carry where there's a report back. I think that'll be just fine.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yep.
Okay, very good. Any other member of council? All right, we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Moving now on to 10.5, Durham Art Gallery request, signposting for digital public art project. How do you wish to deal with this correspondence, members of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'd like to support it. I think it's a great idea, but I just had a question with regarding the art. Like it sounds like to me that there's art going to be displayed. I wasn't just sure how that was going to be, like the I forget the name of the terms that they use, but the plaques that they're putting on the benches, that's great. But where is the art going to be? Like personally, I think anything that we can do to help motivate people to visit our town and to stop in and visit the art gallery and so on. But I'm just curious about where the art is going to be displayed and how that's going to work.
Because I do see in the correspondence, it's got locations. Clerk Sharbuck, can you enlighten us?
Hey, Your Worship, possibly a little bit. And Mr. Hewlett may also have more information than me. My understanding is that you can scan that code with your phone, and that will take you to a digital version of the artwork. So you can see it an electronic virtual display. The artwork is in the gallery, it stays in the gallery. So the only way to access it with these codes, they're putting the codes are the signs they're hanging. So you scan the sign and that takes you to a picture of the artwork. Is sort of a very simplified version of the plan, I think. And I'm not sure, Mr. Hewlett, if you have anything to expand on it. That's sort of the summary.
So it was a really good question for Councillor Hutchinson, but Supervisor Hewlett, anything further, please?
Nothing further. Clerk Sharbuck hit the nail on the head. That's from my understanding, that's exactly what the project is.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you for that. With that, is there any pathway forward? Is there going to be a motion brought forward by any member of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'll make that motion. So understanding that there is a slight cost in terms of time, I think more or less for us to put the plaques on the benches, install and remove the plaques, so that and cover the cost. So there is a cost in terms of manpower for us, but yes, I'll move that we support this.
Thank you. And I look to Clerk Sharbuck. It does say in the correspondence, they're looking for the Municipality of West Grey to install and remove the plaques and cover the cost of this. And that's certainly what Councillor Hutchinson has referenced. So as we look to Clerk Sharbuck to wordsmith, I would be looking for a seconder, and I see anxiously Councillor Hamilton. Did you want to second that, or did you have a comment you wish to make at this time?
I will second, and I have a comment.
Okay. Shall we just wait till the clerk reads the motion, and I'll come to you first? Thank you. Okay, I do see some other hands and I'm writing them down.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Hutchinson. And sorry, was that seconded by Councillor Hamilton?
Indeed.
Thanks. The council hereby supports the request to allow, as well as to have staff install and remove the signs on municipal benches for the digital public art project by the Durham, as presented by the Durham Art Gallery.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you fine with the language in the motion?
Yes, and I too like to have a comment.
Okay, I'll come to you after Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, are you fine with the language of the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
And go right ahead with your comment or your question.
Oh, thank you. My question is to staff about the implication of this decision in terms of their time and resources, and if they have any concerns. Thank you.
Supervisor Hewlett, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. From a staffing perspective, I believe that would probably be better pointed towards Director Schwinski, just as I believe it would be the Public Works crews doing the installation. One concern that I did have with the project, very minor, just in the nature of the install, I believe in the report it outlines construction adhesive. I would just ask that if it could be left to staff to look at other means of installation on a more semi-permanent basis, that obviously the signs would stay on the bench for the duration of the project, however, could be easily removed with minimal damage to the benches.
Thank you for that comment, Supervisor Hewlett. Director Sherwinski, to Councillor Hamilton's inquiry.
Through your worship, I believe we could take a close look at this and see what's involved with respect to installing these items to our benches. I believe it's something that I'm just looking at the correspondence right now, and it looks like they're a relatively small tab that is to be installed on the bench, and I believe that we can undertake that.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
No, thank you. That gives me comfort. Thank you very much.
Very good. Councillor Hutchinson, and then Councillor Townsend.
Just a minor detail. It might be a good opportunity too, before we start putting stickers or plaques onto our benches, that we repaint some of them. There's a lot of benches out there that need some work, or maybe we even buy some new ones. So that's something for discussion, maybe with our Economic Development Committee and our BIA. But I think there's an opportunity. I'd hate to see us put a sticker on and then have to turn around and paint the thing after. So maybe that's a good opportunity to spruce up some of our benches.
Well, thank you for that. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 points. The first one has to again do with the time and the potential damage to the benches, and it does say that there might be painting if needed, and that also could be part of the age that would be the issue if we can't run out and buy replacement benches for those that are an issue. So I'd be looking forward to whatever Director Zawinski discovers when he has a look at it. And I'm assuming with the amount of tools people have in public works, that aspect hopefully wouldn't be a problem. If it's that specialized, then maybe we don't want to do it. But it's that was my first comment. The second one has to do with the type of art. I raise that because while in the gallery you can kind of control what you show and to who you show and age appropriate and things of that nature, but these days with those types of concerns about what is shown publicly, I'm hoping that the art gallery will in fact take that into account for the type of art that they show, because we obviously can't control what they're doing, and it is going to be totally wide open. Anyone with a phone can do that, and these days there are many minors that do have phones with all kinds of capabilities. So I just point that out as not a real concern that I want to jump on, but one that at least I want the art gallery to realize we're commenting on, and for hopefully they realize the right reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I was just hoping that they would possibly look at expanding some of this promotion into, Ayton, Newstead, as well as Elmwood, because I think there's opportunity to promote not just in the Durham area, but if we can expand a little more, I think would be a good thing. And again, that's more of an economic driver. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that Council hereby supports the request to allow and as well as to have staff install and remove the signs on municipal benches for the digital public art project as presented by the Durham Art Gallery.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. On to item 10.6, NFTC Telecom Request Letter of Support. Clerk Sherbuck, to the recommendation.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council direct staff to provide a letter of support to NFTC Telecom for their Universal Broadband Fund application.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
I'll move.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, I am, and I have a comment as well.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not aware that they actually work in the area, or I wasn't, sorry. And I'm just wondering what kind of presence they do have in the area and whether the director could comment if he's the right source to tell us that.
Clerk Scharbeck, is this something that you would comment on first, or is it to Director Shuminsky?
Through you, your worship, I'm sorry, the only information I have is the request that they emailed out. And a member of council requested that it be brought forward to the agenda for consideration.
I see. Director Shuminsky, any comment then?
I don't have any further comment on this at the moment, Your Worship, but thanks.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, well, I think we should support any one that wants to come in and put cable in our municipality. But my question is, and then maybe this to the director, ATEL right now is putting a lot of fiber in our community. Do they have a particular area that they're working in? I know I see them in different locations, but when they are signed up, are they what areas are they putting their cable in, and what areas? And that's another thing is one of the things that I've learned from some of the conferences I've been at is that they suggest that maybe West Grey should really have a handle on, or municipality should have a handle on where your needs are and where your speeds are in your community, and then you help to promote that. So maybe there's an opportunity here, but I'd like to know where ATEL is putting their fiber at this point.
Director Shuminsky, any comment to that? And that's fine if you don't have a comment, but I'm just tossing it over to you.
I thank you very kindly, Your Worship. Essentially, I've provided council with links, etc., to note where fiber is being installed in West Grey, to comment on exactly where all the fiber is being installed and where all the boundaries are, and detail all of that into an answer is very difficult. But I can appreciate where this recommendation is coming from. I don't really have any further comment with respect to that.
And Clerk Sharp, thank you. Clerk Sharp, we didn't have a map that was, I know if there was something you would include it, but just for everyone listening in, there's no indication really of where this is going to take place. Is that correct?
I just have the correspondence that was received. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
That's all we have.
Thank you. Was there anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
So my thoughts are maybe we should have a map, and there is a program, there is an opportunity out there to actually test. People can test to see what their speed is at their home, and then we could record, the speeds of different areas, and then maybe we start to focus on, okay, we need to get fiber to this community or wherever. I don't know how ATEL, how these companies come in and put fiber in the ground when they don't really know where fiber is and where other companies are working. I know Bell Telephone has fiber in our community. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know we do have fiber in our community from Bell. So maybe that's something we need to look at in terms of getting a plan, getting a map, and helping to manage the plan.
Okay, and I'm wondering, maybe we should, and I'll just put this out there, maybe this is something for our Economic Development Committee to take a look at. Anyway, food for thought on that. We do have a motion on the floor, but I was just building on your comment, Councillor Hutchinson, and the
I really think
balance of council.
Excuse me, Mayor. I really think it's more public works because when they're
Yeah.
digging into the ground and there's a lot of other utilities out there, I really think that public works needs to have a handle on it.
Oh, yeah,
see-
for their connect, for sure.
Anyways, maybe we'll leave that with our director to look into and see what we can go on that, where we need to go.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, you had your hand up, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was wondering if we shouldn't defer this and ask the company to actually provide some information of why West Grey should in fact endorse them, meaning are they truly only in the region, which could be anywhere around the lake, and southwestern Ontario. But the trick is we don't know that. We don't have that information. So in order to ensure it's an endorsement from an area that would be willing to have them work within their area, I think would carry more weight. So let's get that clarification.
Are you moving a motion to defer?
Yes, I am. I was just going to say that. Yes.
Okay, no, I just wanted the clarification.
Yep.
So we are looking for a seconder on the deferral. Clerk Scharbeck, this would be the motion that takes precedent at this time. Yes, is there a seconder? And if there isn't, then we'll go back to the main motion. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I second that motion.
Okay. Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion at hand then?
Through your worship, I'm just wondering, when are we deferring it to?
To the mover, Councillor Townsend then? The inquiry?
Thank you. Yes, my comment was to defer it until such time as we receive a response back to a letter to them asking what region within West Grey they are actually proposing to do work.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. We'll just wait on the wordsmith.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the motion to provide a letter of support to NFTC Telecom for the Universal Broadband Fund application is hereby deferred until such time as West Grey receives confirmation from NFTC regarding where in West Grey they are proposing to do the work.
All right, as the mover, Councillor Townsend, is the wording okay to the motion?
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Hutchinson as the seconder, the wording okay? Wonderful. All right, any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. There's one final recommendation, Clerk Scharbeck. Would you please read that recommendation?
That all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I'll move that motion.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding the motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second the motion.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. That takes us now on to item 11, which is staff reports. 11.1, Director of Development and CBO. 11.1.1, Police Station Estimated Cost Options. Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the recommendation, please?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that report West Grey Police Services costing estimate be received, and further that council select costing option. And then I'll leave it to council to fill that in following Carl's report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I would move a motion that we accept option number 2. Design and meet architect's recommendations of $8,852,241. I would also, I'm asking, just so I'm clear, there's 2 recommendations under this one report. Is this the time that we move that or put a motion forward on that one, or do we wait? If I get clarity on that,
I will
please.
go to the clerk for that. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Through your worship, it would be best to, we have a mover to select costing option number 2. It would be best to get a seconder and vote on that resolution, and then provide direction to the architect, or yes, to the architect to proceed with preparing the tenant. So
Thank you.
let's deal with this first.
Yep, thank you for the clarity, and I would also request a recorded vote on these items. Thank you.
All right. Is there a seconder for this motion? Is that you, Councillor Townsend, with your hand raised?
Yes, it is, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to invite CBO Shipwreck to provide any presentation. And certainly we did invite Akiko Curry, who is the principal architect on this project. I'm just looking to see if she is here. I'll check my screen, but CBO Shipwreck, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Mayor and council members. Just, I'm sure you've seen and read my report, but I'll go through it quickly here. So obviously West Grey is looking at building a new police station for various reasons that we all know about, and it is time that we, as a municipality, we start we need to support the police. In my opinion, we need to look at building this new building. And so council recommended or came up with a resolution that they request a few types of costings. One of them was a LEED certified building and a base building that was sort of to give that price comparison. Also, there was a recommendation that staff provide costing for net zero that would meet the requirements of the grant for the FCM. So through this costing report from Marshall and Murray, they provided those costings. There's also the base class estimate here was also provided on the architect's recommendation based on their experience that would, in their opinion, would be an optimal design. It would provide for many of the LEED certified requirements that were discussed this morning, but would not provide the actual certification. I believe in their presentation this morning, the phrase was LEED intent. So they're looking at what's required by LEED through their experience. They provide a building that they believe provides all of the ideal energy optimization, all of the the building envelope, all those types of things that she discussed, Ms. Curry discussed in her presentation this morning, but doesn't necessarily provide for the actual LEED certification. You don't have that designation at the end of the process. As discussed, that designation does obviously cost money, and there are things that are required by LEED that doesn't necessarily increase the energy efficiency or cost savings of the building. And for those reasons, they're not always ideal. But so the two options are the minimum code requirements with all legislative requirements through the many different Ontario Building Code, as opposed to disaster building, Police Services Act, those types of things. So that base price is $8.65 million. Option number 2 was the architect's recommendation at $8.85 million. And then again, that includes all their design recommendations to meet some of those energy efficiency requirements. This LEED certification, now there is a variation in there because as discussed, to meet the LEED certification, you have to meet a number of points, and how you get to those points is some of them cost more, some of them cost less, some of them are more energy efficient, some of them aren't. So it just depends on what items are picked to meet that LEED certification, and that would also include the soft costs for consultants and certification, and that's why there's a variety of variance in the fees. So until the actual items that are picked to meet the requirements, it's hard to determine exactly what that price would be. And again, the option number 4, designed to meet the net zero, and this would make eligible for FCM grant funding. Now, the FCM grant funding is competitive. There's no guarantee that we would receive it, but we could apply, and that price would be $10.25 million. And that again would include the solar panels on the roof, as well as the solar panels in the field, as discussed in Ms. Curry's proposal this morning. So if the municipality uses the FCM loan, their maximum loan is $5 million. The balance of that would be financed through a debenture, as indicated, and it's a 30-year repayment. So as Ms. Mighton will probably better discuss some of these financial implications and how the costing and things like that would be paid back over term, and what the cost of that associated with that would be. But as far as the FCM grant goes, their maximum loan is the $5 million, and then we would, their grant would be based on that $5 million. It's not based on the entire project. Just to make that clear. So at this point, I'll take any questions if any. I'm sure councillors have some.
Certainly, thank you, CBO Shipwreck, and I will go to members of council, but I often ask this question, and that is, do you have a recommendation on the option?
Yeah, my option, I guess my recommendation would be always to follow the professionals in this case, and I believe the architects, the reason we selected them is based on their experience with multiple buildings of this design and size, and I would go with their recommendation for option number 2. I believe is probably my best option, and that's where I would go.
Thank you. And along with this presentation, Director Mighton, with the finance items, is there any presentation before I go to members of council?
Through your worship, I think it's all contained in the report. Depending on the options that council moves forward with, if we're borrowing 8.8 million or 10.25 million, the payback, and those figures are based on the current rates with a 30-year debenture payback. The cost of the land is separate, that we have already dealt with. So these numbers, when it refers to site works, does not, that has nothing to do with the purchase of the land. This is to actually get the servicing in there, and the any paving, water, sewer, storm sewer, gas, electrical to service the lot. That's the site works, but it is not, I did have a couple of inquiries about whether that incorporated the cost of the land, and that is separate. We've already purchased the land, and that is outside of this proposal here.
Okay, thank you. Questions from members of council? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, we support putting a new building in place, so let's not assume anyone's trying to rail that, and it's more for understanding, I think, is where my questions are going to be. First of all, there's 202,000 roughly that are considered as part of efficiencies, and more towards the green than, say, the LEED type designation. And I'm wondering if we can get an explanation of what that type of activity will be, because I don't see it actually listed And I'm not sure whether I missed it or it just hasn't got down to that detail yet in the report.
Thank you. CBO Shipwreck?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe Ms. Curry would probably be the best to answer this question, but we can pass it on to her. But in my conversations with her and discussions in the design and things like that, really though the difference between those two prices are, you're increasing your energy efficiency of your mechanical systems, and you're increasing the building envelope, the air permeates for the more insulation, more design things associated with that envelope. And obviously those things come with a cost. As far as return on cost, until the final design is done, it's really hard to determine exactly what the cost savings will be over the life of the building. There definitely will be a cost savings, but exactly what that percentage is hard to tell. Ms. Curry may be able to provide a little bit more detail.
Certainly. Akiko Curry?
Can you hear me? I think
Yes,
I'm
thank
muted. The cost estimate is very, very detailed. You didn't get a copy of all the things that are included in the price, but it is fairly comprehensive as far as what is included and what isn't. And other soft costs would probably be would be included as far as things like waste management and a waste plan. And we can go through various scenarios because they're mostly choices, whether or not you want to entertain the option of using for a sustain or a stewardship plywood, for instance. There is a substantial amount of plywood in the building, but those are also costs to consider. Like I can go through the estimate and see what is included and what isn't. But certainly things like low VOC paints, adhesives, and sealants are included and would likely be in the cost estimate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I do appreciate at least knowing what's there. So any information you could provide would be helpful. And again, it's not meant to hold this up. Obviously, it's a matter of understanding what's in there and what to expect when we come out. The reason I raised that is when I spoke to FCM 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, their comment was you don't have to make net zero. You have to show an attempt to be green and move towards green and energy efficiency. So I'm not sure whether there's any opportunity by what we're doing or not, but I'd like to at least get a response from them on that particular aspect of it. If we're doing some things just as a matter of course, that doesn't mean we will, but if there are things we're doing specifically to demonstrate that, and that's what this shows on the difference of the two options, that we are doing something. And I'd like some reassurance that that there is nothing that they will be willing to step up. That's not the answer I got last time. So I'd be interested in any comments on that.
So, Councillor Townsend, I do see that CBO Shipwreck's hand is up. Please proceed, Councillor CBO Shipwreck, to Councillor Townsend's inquiries.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have had many conversations in the last few months with FCM, and their indication is that the proposal has to have the intent to meet 100% net zero. Again, it's always your intent, right? When you put all the paperwork together and you make a lot of assumptions, and he said you have to try in good faith to reach 100%. If you get to a point where in the end, after everything's built and everything's been reviewed, you only hit, say, 90% instead of 100%. They're not going to say, okay, well, you didn't meet 100, so you're not getting your grant. That's not the intent. The intent is that you really go in good faith to meet 100%, and if you don't quite get to that 100%, they will still provide the grant. But you can't go in saying, well, we're going to put X number of solar panels up, but then halfway through construction decide you're only going to put half the solar panels up. and then still expect to get the grant. That's not the way it works. So, you know, you have to provide a report and a plan that really intent to meet 100%. You have to follow through on that plan. And if you get through to the end and it doesn't meet 100%, then they would still provide the grant. But we can't just go to them and say, well, we plan on a green building with no net zero. That's not something that they're going to provide any grant for.
Okay. Thank you, CBO Shipwreck. And may I just ask that you would take your electronic hand down? It just helps me out for tracking as I'm going through the meeting. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And thank you, CBO Shipwreck, for that explanation. The other thing is I have the answer about the purchase of the land, whether that's included, and obviously it's not. So if you look at what we have before us right now, it's about $10 million. And there's quite a bit missing. And what I mean by that is included in that number doesn't appear to be project management costs, whatever they will be, architect fees, whatever they will be, building, fit out, furniture, equipment, whatever, signage and wayfinding, moving costs, and whatever else may be identified. And I think, in all fairness, we need to know those things, or at least a magnitude of them, to be able to understand the full cost, because I'm not sure what's included in the 450,000 to 550,000 that was in the report about what could be the cost other than during a construction year. So it'd be the ongoing, excuse me, financing costs for the building, but without without knowing if that includes everything, including the ones I just mentioned, that already translates to, over the life of the 30 years, $13.5 million to $16.5 million worth of investment by the municipality. That's no small amount. If the other things are in addition to that number, that's even a larger one that we need to understand. That's what we're improving going forward. And again, that's not to say you won't do it, because we have to do something. But it's the understanding I think council and the public need to have. The other aspect of it is there was a huge risk, because it was rated high in the Marshall and Murray report, that basically said that if, like, at the current rate, it's a high level class C estimate. There isn't a final scope and there isn't a final design yet until such time as, I'm assuming, we give the approval on which option will go, and that's the motion before us now. So I'm hoping that in the next motion that the deputy mayor was talking about, we will cover that risk, as well as some other next steps that should happen to ensure that we're first identifying the full cost of the project. We understand our best estimate of what that will mean to our levy. And it also means that we can move forward to the next steps of the project. And again, that's as efficiently as we can and as speedily as we can, with still keeping, our obligation to meet our fiduciary responsibility. But the question I have with all that is the 450,000 to 550,000 estimate of what it was going to cost us. Can you tell me what it includes, or is it just the 8 million, 8.8 meaning option 2 cost and the land, or just something different? And I think we go to Director Martin.
Thank you. And I will go to CBO Shipwreck first, and then I will go to Director Mike. So CBO Shipwreck.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Director Mighton can provide the more detail on the numbers, but the RFP for the architect services and the project management has already been awarded to Formworks Architects. So those numbers have already been decided. And they're a part of that RFP that was awarded. So Ms. Mighton has those numbers, she can provide that. As far as what's included in the building, the costing of this building does include everything as far as equipment goes, other than personal desks in the offices and the computers, personal computers, things like that. Equipment as far as shelving and lockers and storage and all those types of things are included in the proposal. So again, the only things that would not be included in that pricing as far as what's in the building would be desks for the officers, things like that, as well as personal computers that would be moved over from the current police station.
Thank you. Director Mighton, please.
Thank you, through your worship. The 4,500 to 5,500 is an estimated annual repayment, depending on whether we borrow 8.8 million or 10.25 million. That's where those numbers come from.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, anything further?
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank both CBO Shipwreck and Director for clarifying those points, because it's important that we all understand what actually is there and what we are going to fund and include. So the other thing is, I appreciate the project management and the architect fees were set in the RFP initially, but there is room for change in that as things progress. Have we seen any indication that those fees will change based on the scope and or the number of activities, or going back and revisiting things that have caused more effort and therefore more cost? And I'm not sure whether that's, again, CBO Shipwreck or the Director of Finance.
Let's try Director Mighton, please.
I have not been involved in any such discussions at this point.
Fair enough. CBO Shipwreck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe, and I'm not sure if Ms. Curry would like to comment on that or not, but in my opinion, as long as the design keeps moving forward and we're not having to redo designs on multiple occasions, that the fees that we've paid already or have the RFP would continue. Obviously, if we go to any type of redesign of a building or any LEED certification or those types of things would not be included in that price. So then, there would be additional fees and things attached with that.
Well, thank you. And I will take your suggestion, CBO Shipwreck, and I'll go to Akiko Curry. Do you have anything further to add?
The cost estimate includes fees. It also includes things like wayfinding and signage, project management, all of those things that you had indicated. I don't see any reason right now to ask for more fees. I think we're still on track with our original plan of action, and I think we're ready to move on to the next steps.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Townsend. I do see Councillor Hutchinson's hand up.
Yes, my last comment is actually two of them, two requests. One is we have not got a copy of the latest design change that was referenced in Ms. Curry's presentation. I'd like to see that, please, since we saw the original one. If that's changed, that's fine. Don't have a problem with it. I would just like to have it for my file. And the other one is I'd like to see a summary of all the costs that are included here or elsewhere, so we can actually see one-page summary of all the costs of the project, including land and other things that are not there. And if we don't have them now, at least there'll be placeholders. So as it comes along, we'll actually see how that grows. I think that's something we need to understand.
Thank you. CBO Shipwreck, is that something that you can circulate to members of council?
Your Worship, yes, definitely. And I apologize for that. That slipped my mind. I know there was a recommendation for a redesign on the bathroom, and that should have been provided back to council probably through the report today. So I apologize for not providing that. I will do that in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was everything.
Thank you very much, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. Yeah, I'd like to support the recommendation that's before us. I just have a couple of comments and questions. I like the net zero idea, but I'm not sure if it's because of the cost factor and because of the timeline that we can really go there. We need to move forward, I think, and so that's why I would support the recommendation today. I just had a question about the solar panels. I have a concern with them being on the roof, and I did ask that maybe the fire chief could make a comment about solar panels on roofs and what their expertise is when dealing with those. I'm in favor of solar. There's no doubt about that. But I'm just not sure if this is the right area. And sometimes if you get a lot of solar panels in an area, it can be an eyesore. It can distract from what's really there. And I think if we're going to put up a nice looking building and then all of a sudden you're surrounded by solar panels, I think it's going to take away from the looks of the building. So my question is to one of them is to the fire chief. The other one is to our engineers. The cost of including solar panels, is that included in there? Are there solar panels included in that estimate, or is that without solar panels?
So I'm first going to see if Chief Schwartz is online with us. I'm not seeing him in the panel per se.
He was
but I
there,
just-
but
Yeah, but I'm just going to do a shout out through an audio. Chief Schwartz, if you are available to respond to a question, we'd ask that you return back. Wonderful. I'm wondering, hello, Chief Schwartz. I'm going to ask Councillor Hutchinson to re-ask his question, and then if you could provide a response, please.
Right. So in one proposal, they talk about solar panels on the roof of the police building. And I know in the past there has been some concern with firefighters and fighting fires with solar panels on roof buildings. Can you comment on that, please?
As far as solar panels on roofs, we frown on it. There's no law against it, but once we can fight a fire inside, we can disconnect the power from the solar panel to the inside. There's usually a cutoff somewhere. But once the solar panel is involved in the fire, water and hydro don't mix, and you cannot shut the solar panels off. Solar panels, even with a full moon, will generate power. So that's the issue with that. Looking down the road 20, 30 years from now, if you have to redo the roof on the building, those solar panels have to be removed. I recommend that solar panels be installed on the ground only and far enough away from the building don't interfere with firefighting operations. But West Grey is the first fire department to have a solar panel fire in the province of Ontario, which was back, I'm going to say back around 2010, something like that. And it burnt quick. Once the solar panels caught on, it went fairly quick across the roof. Everybody's aware of the solar panel farm down in Southgate, and the agreement we have with them is they don't even want us to come on the property if there's a fire in there at all. We just stay at the gate, and if they require us in, we'll go in, but we don't fight the solar panel. They isolate them and let them burn. That's basically what I got to say.
Councillor Hutchinson, anything further?
So my other question was, are solar panels included in the cost, the estimated cost?
Okay, CBO Shipwreck to that.
Through your worship, thank you for the question, Councillor Hutchinson. The solar panels are not included as part of the 8.8 million. They would be included as part of the net zero, the 10.2 million to reach the net zero. All the requirement, like all the solar panels, not just the ones on the roof, would be included in that cost.
Okay, thank you. So it's not included in that. That's fine. I was a little bit curious about solar panels on the roof. So my comments about that is, in order to get to net zero, or in order to use solar panels work that I believe you put the power back to the grid and then you're compensated through credits or whatever. You don't actually go directly into your building. Am I correct on that? Maybe Mr. Shipwreck can comment on that.
Certainly. CBO Shipwreck.
Thank you, Your Worship. That is correct, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah.
You build credits, so you basically have to you look at a whole year, total usage in a building, total energy created, and they're supposed to add up to zero. So some days you'll have more energy that you put back in the grid. Some days you'll use more energy that you have to take from the grid.
Okay, so my thoughts are, we've had this discussion before, maybe some of us even before this council. We talked about putting solar panels on our community centers, and that got turned down. Part of it having to do with the issues that our building inspector and our fire chief have mentioned. But to me, and we also talked about putting solar panels in places like some of our landfills that's no longer used for anything else and whatnot. So I think if we're interested in solar panels and we wanted to help get towards net zero or prevent greenhouse gas, then we look at some other opportunities to do it. It benefits us. It goes back to the grid, and then that term feeds our police station. So I think this time, it's a nice idea, but maybe it isn't the right location, and we move forward. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Is there anyone further that wishes to speak to this item? Councillor Shea?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. To Ms. Curry, with your presentation on lead intent, you were indicating a number of lead-like initiatives that could be incorporated into the project. And I think that's captured in the pricing for option 2. It would be great from my point of view to have a summary of what those were, because I thought that a fraction of the solar panels were actually included in that, and that the expanded solar panels on the ground were the ones that were required for the net zero target, which I think we're sort of setting to the side. So yes, I understood that an enhanced HVAC efficiency system would be included, drought-resistant landscaping, low VOC paint and adhesives. But then you mentioned sustainable forest lumber. There's some confusion about solar panels. So I'd be really keen to get a summary of what's included in lead intent. I suppose I could just reference back to your PowerPoint presentation, but I don't know if that included everything. Would it be possible to get something like that going forward?
Akiko Curry, would you be able to respond to the inquiry, please?
Absolutely, we can do that. But it should be in discussion with Carl, the CBO, and what it is that we're trying to achieve. I mean, I gave you a lot of options. I'm sure there's leeway in that cost estimate to include some of those. They're not going to be huge high ticket items, but I can certainly summarize what will be included.
Thank you. And I also want to give CBO Shipwreck an opportunity if he wishes to respond as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe Ms. Curry's stated it, but yeah, I can work with Ms. Curry to provide a list of what the difference between the 8.6 and that 8.8 provides, and what those lead intent items are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shea, anything further?
It would be great. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you as well. And I will just ask, are there any other members of council that wish to have an inquiry? First time speakers first. Councillor Hutchinson, I just want to confirm your electronic hand is just to come down, or is it to register an inquiry? Okay, it's down. No other first time speakers? So Councillor Townsend on the second time speaker for additional information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, it's just a clarification based on a comment that Ms. Curie made. If you go to page 4 of the Marshall Murray report, it does give you a section K, which gives you the exclusions. And I wanted to confirm before I commented, but professional and design fees, project management, those types of things are not included in that number. They make a very strong statement that they're not by putting them in the exclusion. So when we were talking about getting the report, Madam Mayor, you approached CBO Shipwreck about including a summary of all the costs. These are the things that I think are some of the gaps that we don't have. And if there's zero, there's zero, but let's at least put a placeholder in case that changes. Because I think the contaminated soil and things like that, we're feeling pretty comfortable based on some action we've taken earlier before purchasing the land. So I'm just looking at making sure that we understand the full cost of the project, and that exclusion didn't include those types of fees. And I just wanted the council and the residents that are in to understand that they're not there, and therefore we need to identify them. Thank you. That was my only comment.
Well, thank you for your comment. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And just thanks again to Ms. Curry for coming today. Your presentation answered most of my questions that I had, so it's really appreciated. And I see how building LEED certified, building net zero needs to be embedded in that very first day one decision of right from purchasing land and having the right land to accommodate how you situate a building and that kind of thing. And I hear how you're going to build in as many efficiencies as we can. And so I look forward to that list that you'll be working on with Carl. And so I'm just looking for what the next steps are. If Carl and perhaps Ms. Curry could just paint after today's decision, what happens next? What are the next couple steps? Thank you.
Thank you as well, Councillor. I will go to CBO Shipwreck first and then over to Akiko Curry. CBO Shipwreck, please.
Through your worship, thank you for the question, Councillor Hamilton. So if a decision today is made on item 1 to 4, whichever item, then myself and Kiko and her team would work together to come up with the complete construction documents, complete engineering documents for HVAC, electrical, plumbing, all those types of construction documents. That would all be completed. Again, there'll be some decisions to be made as far as those lead intent items that Ms. Curry has spoke about, but those decisions can be made on an ongoing basis. And then once those construction documents are finalized, all those decisions have been made. At that point, an RFP would be created, and that RFP would go out for tender. We would receive those tenders back from construction companies, and then a decision would be made by council on which RFP to select, with a recommendation from staff and Formworks architects. And then obviously as part of that RFP would be a construction start date.
Thank you. And if I may, Mayor Robinson, to our CBO, you mentioned there'd be some decisions to be made before it's finalized. Do you mean decision making by council? Will this be coming to council before we're asked to finalize it, or what next decision comes to council after today's decision? Thank you.
CBO Shipwreck.
Yes, thank you. So some of the decisions that we talked about today, like items for, how we're going to meet that lead intent, really we can sort of drill down on some of those items and provide, specific list as requested by council members. If we make a decision to go, if council makes a decision to go with 1, 2, 3, or 4, let's say, for example, council makes a decision to go with item number 2. We move forward, we'll start working on those construction documents. Ms. Curry's team will start working on, all the items, really drilling down on exactly what's required for the heating, ventilation, equipment. And then as she starts working through those documents, decisions will come up on, what type of heating system, all those decisions. And then we will provide that list with associated costs back to council. If it's, going to be more than that initial 8.8 million, then we would say, it's going to cost more, but this is why. If it's less, we could say it would be less, but really, ideally, this cost estimate, it really is an estimate until Formworks gets into the details and starts really working with their engineers and designers to create all those items.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, that's all I had.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead. I thought you were done. But Akiko Curry, did you want to add anything to Councillor Hamilton's inquiry?
Yeah, there are a number of decisions to be made. I remember our first meeting, we were talking about the possibility of putting electric for electric cars, some parking spaces that were for powering up. And, we can have that discussion. I mean, we're talking a long range, and or do you foresee having a fleet of police vehicles that are hybrid? And do you want, X number of parking spaces that have power at them? So there's still a number of decisions to be made, and those things haven't been included in the cost, but they're also not going to be that onerous that it's going to be that significant unless we start adding things that but there could be other paybacks for those decisions. One of them is, are you anticipating on going to a net zero building at some point? It may not be right now, but does that mean that we want to have triple glazing, for instance? And do we want to increase the insulation over and above what we think we should be using now? And those are also decisions that we need to make and have those discussions. So yeah, we do need to sit down and have a discussion of what it is that you want included, and then we can move forward on those.
Anything further, Councillor?
No, thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you. What was I going to say? Perhaps if I might suggest like a special meeting would be helpful outside of a council meeting to have some of those detailed conversations just to consider. And then just one last thought, and it's about communicating to our community and about this project that we're developing. And so perhaps this might be more directed towards our CEO, Mayor Robinson, but if I might just share a couple thoughts. I know we know as council, and I know our police board knows, and our police services knows how much we need this building, how we've been living on borrowed time in a building that was accommodating a much smaller police force, that was built for a much smaller police force in Durham. And so for the past 20 years, we've been trying to deliver police services out of that building, and we're definitely on borrowed time. So it's time for this building. But I think we need to communicate to our community just the urgency of having to move forward, and especially during this COVID time. So I think for the community, there could be questions about, it's COVID, it's a difficult time in our community financially for a lot of people. So why would you choose to do this project now? And then another question might be, we're watching construction costs rise during this time. So why else would you build now and not delay? We know why, and we are fully behind it. But I do think we need to communicate that to our community. And so I'm wondering if we could have a communication plan starting now and for the length of the project that includes a landing page on the website with the milestones, that includes the reports that are coming through, that includes, we'll be sharing photos and updates, I'm sure, as we go along. But right now, I think the key messaging is, why are we doing this now? What the need is. So I'm wondering if I could connect with our CEO about how we could communicate about this project in a really positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know Madam CAO has been working on the communication plan for this item, and for this project. Certainly our big ticket items certainly have attached their communication plan. But I think it's overall our council communication. So we would ensure that that information and that messaging is certainly put out to everyone in our community. With that, CEO Johnson, do you have any comments?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and hello, everybody. And thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for raising this important aspect of the project. It has always been our intention to do a communication plan. So I appreciate you sharing some of your thoughts of what would be comprised in that. Today's decision, should we get there, will be the big catalyst for us actually getting that plan off and running. So yeah, it's always been there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
No, great. I look forward to being able to support the communication that comes out of West Grey about this really important project. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments on first-time speakers? Or okay, Deputy Mayor, please.
Briefly, most of my questions and comments have been covered. I just want to say thank you very much for. I thought it was a detailed report. We've been sitting on this excuse me. We've been sitting on this, looking at this since last July, so I think what I've taken away is, some of the lead incentives and some of the other incentives we can add to the building as we go, and I think that's what I was taking away. So I just want to say thank you very much for what you brought forward today.
Thank you. So we've had first time, second time speakers. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through your worship, the recommendation moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is that the report, West Grey Police Service costing estimate, be received, and further that council select costing option number 2.
It's a recorded vote, so you take it from here, Madam Clerk.
I don't have written down a seconder at this point in time.
I believe it was Councillor Townsend.
Okay,
and I have it
thank you.
confirmed. Yes.
And yes, Deputy Mayor requested a recorded vote. So Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yes.
And that motion is carried.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, to the next recommendation, could you please read that with regard to this report?
The next recommendation, through your worship, is that the architect, working with the engineers and consultants, will prepare all construction documents and proceed to tender.
Is there a mover for this motion? I do see Deputy Mayor's hand up. Are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second that motion.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Hutchinson?
I'm just wondering whether we should have had in there that we talked about with a number of the factors leading to the LEED certification, that they were going to come back to us for discussion. Should we have in there, prepare for all construction documents and proceed to tender upon council's input or something? Like, is there another step in there that we should maybe record?
Clerk Sharbeck, is there anything further, or is it just information that based on the recommendation is what staff are requiring to move ahead, and that information that the council has asked for will just come forward through additional updates and requests through council? Is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. If Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and Councillor Shea are agreeable, we could always include something in this motion, but I think it is well covered that those decisions to proceed with the final tender documents, there's some decisions by council to be made first. So that would be part of the process of preparing them, is my understanding. And perhaps Ms. Curry could just clarify that that is part of the process.
Certainly we can, oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think somebody had asked for a summary.
Yes.
And what we can do is have a summary, and then, like if there are choices, then we'll put the choices before you to make those decisions. And we'll do our best as far as getting the most green building to stay within a budget. I don't want to exceed something for the sake of something that we won't benefit from. So I think you're going to have to, and I'll state right upfront what those decisions will be. So, if there's going to be a benefit for energy efficiency, or what it is that what credit it would fall under if it was in a lead type of assessment.
Thank you. So there is additional information that will be coming forward, but this is the action required at this time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, members of council? Okay, Clerk Sharbeck, just could you read the motion and then I'll call the vote? Oh, actually, you'll call, did we have a recorded vote on this one as well?
Yes, I believe Deputy Mayor Hutchinson requested a recorded vote for both motions.
So over to you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Shea, that the architect, working with the engineers and consultants, will prepare all construction documents and proceed to tender. And recorded vote has been requested by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. And going in random order, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
And Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
And that motion is carried.
Thank you. So members of council, we can either take a 10-minute break, or we could just press on to the next item. And I'm wondering if what your preference is at this point. I saw Deputy Mayor's hand up.
I'd appreciate just a quick 10-minute and then plow right through.
Okay, other members of council? Councillor Hamilton? Yep.
Oh, I would prefer a lunch break, Mayor Robinson. Like a half hour break.
So, all right, with that can be lunch break and break folded in one. How do the other members of council feel about that? Maybe we could come back at 10 to 1. Does that sound good? Yes? Okay. So with that, thank you very much for all of your input on break or lunch. All good, all positive input. So let's come back at 10 to 1 and we'll continue on with our most interesting agenda. Thank you very much. And if you'd be so inclined to take your audio and video off. Thanks. Hello and welcome back. I do see 5 members of council. I'm just calling on Councillor Hamilton. Have you returned? Thank you very much. Clerk Sharbeck, do we have all staff required for the meeting?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, I believe everybody's here and ready to go.
Wonderful. So we're called back to order and we're dealing with 11.2, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. 11.2.1, unmaintained road allowance, South Line Road. Clerk Sharbeck, to the recommendation, please.
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that council maintain the access gate at the unmaintained road allowance located north of the intersection at South Line Road and Side Road 50.
Is there a mover for this recommendation? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I move.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchison, I can second that motion.
Thank you. Director Schrinsky, do you have a presentation?
Yes, Your Worship, members of council, before you, I have a report as requested from council regarding the gate that has been across the unmaintained road allowance at the just north of the intersection of South Line Road and Side Road 50. This gate has been there for decades, and essentially, as I've been trying to do some research and looking back and speaking to staff, that essentially council of the day from the, I think it was the township of Glenelg, former township of Glenelg, were the ones that actually had that gate installed. And it was to prevent people from going through that road. There were activities occurring on that road that were not great. So anyways, council of the day found it fit to put a gate across that road. So ever since the gate has been there, there are contractors and or loggers that have used the access point to go and get logs, not log or cut trees down necessarily on the municipal property, but to access properties to get logs out of. Essentially, and as I indicate here in my report, we have unmaintained road allowances throughout the municipality. Some of them are a little more organized, where there are keys and so forth, where there's a gate. Some of them are not gated. Some of them are not even really recognizable. You wouldn't even know there is a road allowance there because it's so overgrown. And then we have some that, you know, for example, where the Skidoo Club may use some of our unmaintained road allowances to facilitate some of their trails. In any event, all of this discussion was generated from a concern from a resident who felt that the gate should come down. After consulting with our insurance people, all of our unmaintained road allowances ought to be, there should be a sign there that declares what they are, and that we should restrict access to them where possible, because we are liable, the municipality is liable for all activities that occur on those road allowances.
Thank you. Any questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so my question is, it'll be locked, so they'll prevent access by vehicle, but are we allowing people to walk on that unopened road allowance? Because I know people do access that Moss Lake for hunting and other things. And this the individual that brought this forward does have property on both sides of the road allowance, but they don't actually own the road allowance. So there's nothing really to stop someone from, you know, hopping over the gate and walking back to Moss Lake, which is conservation land. Is that correct?
Director Schrinsky.
Through your worship, there is conservation land that is back there, yes. And yes, I suppose anybody could climb the fence and walk onto the unmaintained road allowance. However, the municipality, my recommendation is that we do not promote that, because they are unmaintained. That means they are not fixed, they are not plowed. We do not go in there and inspect them on a regular basis for any types of hazardous situations. And by definition, they are unmaintained. So if we promote people or allow people to go in there and walk and for recreation purposes, et cetera, I just caution council on this, because after consulting with our risk managers and with our insurance company, they recommend that if you've got a gated road allowance, that you leave it that way and ensure there's a sign there to let people know that it is unmaintained. Municipalities struggle with this throughout Ontario, where they have unmaintained road allowances, and the public have that are aware that they are there and choose to be on that road allowance. That runs into that's a libelous situation that council will find themselves in, that municipalities find themselves in, and so based on my consultation with the professionals in the field, that is what is recommended, and that's about all I can comment on.
So to further that, so then we should probably put up no trespassing signs, should we not?
Through your worship, that would be a good start, and to essentially, if there's road allowances where we are aware that the public is accessing and we do not wish for them to be there, then by all means we would put up a sign that would say no trespassing, unmaintained road allowance. There's and approach it from that respect. The farmers and or folks that have arrangements to access those laneways so that they can access their fields or access logs, to that effect, by all means, I don't think that we should stop that, because generally that's it's that the road supervisor is aware that those things are going on, and generally there's how should I say, there's an arrangement for them to use it, but it's not necessarily for recreation, it's just to access their fields. So in this instance, for this particular road, there's been correspondence that the municipality has received both for and against keeping the gate locked. So, but in considering that correspondence, as well as my consultation with our insurance providers, that's the recommendation that I'm providing to council.
Okay, so yeah, I'm fine with that, but I think it does open up a can of worms, because we have a lot of other unopened road allowances that are used for snowmobile, ATVs, walking, etc. So I think more of this is going to come forward in time, especially if adjacent landowners aren't happy. My suggestion to this landowner was maybe he should purchase it. And that was one of the, I guess, our comments I had. Does this road allowance need to be open, like if because they're managing a forest there, and also conservation area, if they need to access the Moss Lake area, they can't really get to it from the north, but even though there's a road allowance goes through to the highway, I think it's overgrown too much. But so if it wasn't for them having to access or the managed forest, then maybe that is another option, is let the landowners buy something more of those unopened road allowances, then it takes the liability off of West Grey, right?
Through your worship, that's definitely one approach. I know municipalities have taken that approach with respect to divesting land, where there's an unmaintained road allowance that the municipality has absolutely in their planning purposes and so forth, have no use for those unmaintained roads. However, if in consideration of our with our planning, if in fact through just in general, all the considerations with respect to planning and road allowances, subdividing land and so forth, I guess I would caution council and to be very methodical with respect to their considerations for their divesting of unmaintained road allowances.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just cognizant of the time, Councillor Hutchinson, on our first time, the amount of time as per our procedural bylaw. I do see Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if what you described, Director, is a policy that we should have that actually documents when we do and do not permit access. And the reason I say that is I'm going to argue a snowmobile club generates probably more liability in some ways, accidents, et cetera, more serious liabilities, and yet we allow it. So without a policy, we're kind of talking out of both sides of our mouth, would be my conclusion. And I say that not to be negative or disparaging to anybody, but it really does not leave a clear picture as to why we allow it and why we don't. People that would go to that particular gate would never climb it, is my guess. There's no footing. The poles are up, against the trees, or close enough that you'd probably scratch yourself quite severely trying to get by it. So that's not going to happen. And going forward, we should at least be able to have a policy to stand behind, to say to people, if you meet this criteria, then you do, and if you don't, then it's a no, and it doesn't matter what's on the other side. And we do that from a insurance perspective, if that's the liability avenue we want to go to, but at least it's clear to everybody, yes, under these circumstances, no under these. Do you have any comments on that?
Through your worship, definitely. Essentially, and I did allude to this in my report, just as some backgrounder, the former respective townships and their respective road supervisors and so forth all handled their essentially all handled their unmaintained road allowances differently. And these in the past were always just typically roads that there were, they weren't maintained, they weren't really a concern per se. But most recently in the industry, there are more and more liability cases and more claims against municipalities about incidents that have occurred on unmaintained road allowances, and municipalities find themselves liable for those activities. So to further comment to your point, absolutely, we should come up with something through my department. I can come up with something to properly manage those unmaintained road allowances, and so that we can document essentially who has access to those areas for the right reasons, and that for all the others that we properly sign them, so that anybody that's approaching them will at least, that's our first line of mitigating liability, is to at least put proper signage up so that people are aware of what they are.
Anything further?
Yeah, thank you for that. Just to follow up to that. So if in fact we found that someone has a key or gets access through even a locked area, would it be possible, reasonable to say, if we determine that you don't deserve it or the risk is too high, let me put it that way, using the same measuring stick, then we'd have to have a communication or an implementation plan to deal with those. Would you be prepared to include that sort of in your approach to developing the policy as well?
Through your worship, absolutely. Our supervisors are going to be our frontline, are essentially going to be our frontline staff. Then, I mean, our staff are going to be our frontline defense with respect to who goes onto those roadways, unmaintained road allowances. So essentially what we would try to do is we'd make every effort to try to control those entrances and try to establish a policy whereby through communications with the municipal staff, and we try to organize that and document that, that would be the best way, best approach forward. And with respect to user groups, if there's certain user groups that they're going to use those roads for their particular clubs, then we recognize that and somehow that is documented. And that those user groups understand that they're using that land at their own risk, and that it's documented.
Thank you for that last comment, particularly, Director. It leads me into my last point, which was, if we do decide that the request seems reasonable, but yet we still have the liability, and they're not willing to purchase, could we put a requirement in that they have to include insurance to a certain level that would sort of kick in first rather than ours? So for example, if you have a person that has needs access to land, and that's the only reason they use it, so that they can benefit from that at our risk, I don't think that's a valid reason to do it, particularly if they don't want to buy it. So I'm thinking more of, you get the benefit and we take the risk, let's balance that out, or you don't get access. And that's not saying we don't want you to succeed, but we can't afford the risk, if that's in essence what I think I heard you say the insurance company is basically saying.
Well, through your worship, what's happening, essentially those user groups sign a waiver, and we are not responsible for, if they're going to use the road allowance, for say for the snowmobile club, they sign a waiver, and their insurance takes care of that. Ours does not.
And our insurance company accepts that?
Perhaps the CAO may be able to comment on this. Further to that, I'm not a specialist on what our insurance company has said with respect to the snowmobile arrangement. The whole purpose of my report was you asked me what I thought about a gate across an unmaintained road allowance, and so that is what I've presented to council. If council would like to ask more questions with respect to insurance, liability, and the existing arrangements that we have with our user groups, then by all means, I can provide that at a later date if that's the will of council.
Yeah, and I too want to just refocus back on the task at hand for this, but if Madam CAO could provide a quick response, and then I really need to refocus in terms of we're dealing with the specific request. Madam CAO, to the insurance inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And to your inquiry, Councillor, it's very much like your car insurance. I mean, there is limited liability from my understanding. The club owns the policy. So, a snowmobile club, there is that waiver, that rider there. Of course, municipality is always, we always have that responsibility. So as a director has stated, we'd be more than happy to bring our insurer in to provide the scope of what our responsibility is, but by securing the area, we've mitigated that risk to a great degree.
Thank you, Madam CAO.
Thank you for the answer.
Well, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, not to belabor the fact, but we do need to update our snowmobile and ATV club agreements. The snowmobile one is way outdated. I have a copy of it. And just so we really know what areas they're using. And so that's something that we need to, going forward, we need to do.
Thank you. First time speakers, Councillor Hamilton.
Just a tiny bit of information to add to the specific conversation. I did reach out to Conservation Authority as I went out on Sunday on the beautiful day to go investigate this property. And so I spoke with Conservation about the property. There is no trail infrastructure in there, so they're not, people are welcome to go there, but they're certainly not trying to drive pedestrians there. They're protecting those lands right now, and there's no trail system to protect those plants that are in there that are very special to the area. And there is access off the highway, and that is how I accessed it. And Conservation at this time is not using the unmaintained road allowance to access this property. They are accessing it from the highway. So I just wanted to share that with council. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Director Serwinski. I would just like to, when you start looking at this policy or working on this, I would like to seek some legal advice on how this lands under bonusing, because my definition of what I read is there could be potential of some conflict there. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Anything further, members of council? To the motion, Clerk Sharbeck, would you please read it just to refocus us? Thank you.
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that council maintain the access gate at the unmaintained road allowance located north of the intersection at South Line Road and Side Road 50.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand, please. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Now, members of council, I just want to draw your attention to the time. Our stop time is 1:30 p.m. unless there is a motion that is voted on to allow for 1 additional hour to 2:30. So I'm just looking to you at this point, whether you want to add that 1 hour at this point, or do you just want to see how far we get? And then as per our procedural bylaw, any unfinished business will be on the next either council or special council meeting. And that's contained in the procedural bylaw. So I just want to give you an opportunity to say something at this point. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I would put a motion forward that we do the extension so that we can try to complete what's in front of us today. Thank you.
And complete by 2:30. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding that motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding that motion.
Thank you. And I would look to Madam Clerk to what she's finished wordsmithing to read the motion, and we'll call the vote.
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that council proceed past curfew to address matters on the agenda for up to 1 hour.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand, please. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this. The motion is carried. So now we're moving on to 11.3, Director of Administration Clerk, 11.3.1, Proposed Climate Action Advisory Committee. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby approves the proposed amalgamation of the current Sustainability Committee, Climate Action Committee, and Waste Reduction Committee to establish a West Grey Climate Action Advisory Committee, and that the following members of the existing committees be appointed to the revised committee: Bev Falco, Nikki May, Elizabeth Murray, Eric Saunders, Lee Papineau, Beth Hamilton, and Jeffrey Shea.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Clerk Sharbeck, your comments or presentation on this?
Through you, Your Worship, the existing committees have found that perhaps some of their tasks that separated them are done now. So the remaining work to be done, it all fits very well together, and there is no need for those 2 subcommittees. In fact, having the 2 subcommittees, being the waste reduction and the climate action, they're subcommittees to the existing sustainability committee, seems to actually add extra steps in getting things done and making recommendations to council to move forward with action items that all of the members are interested in moving forward. So I did meet with the members that were interested in continuing. And this is the first committee that I've had an opportunity to meet with in regards to council's review of the committee structure. And as part of that review, trying to streamline processes and make sure that the committees of council that are appointed are truly serving the needs of council and able to make good recommendations and provide good advice to council. It makes sense to revise the structure of this group into one unified body.
Thank you. And I do have a question, and then I'll ask other members of council if they have questions, but it's in regards to the draft terms of reference under item number 2, mandate, the 4th bullet. So I think that is representative of page 67 of the agenda. And that is, it reads, to provide input into collaborative opportunities with other agencies, bodies, and stakeholders to address climate change. And certainly this is a committee of council, so prior to any action of that nature, it would need council's knowledge and approval. And I don't know whether that needs to be further clarified or whether that's implied within the terms of reference. And I seek your comment, Clerk Sharbach.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. These are draft terms of reference, as discussed with the group, with the committee members and our council reps on those committees, those respectively. And I guess that my understanding of that bullet point, to provide collaborative opportunities with other agencies, it can certainly be clarified in a final version of the terms of reference. But I think what the intent was to work closely with and I guess compare best practices and action items with the county climate action committee, as well as our neighboring municipalities, so that we're not duplicating efforts, or that this committee isn't duplicating efforts, but rather working towards the same goals. That was my understanding of the collaborative piece. And Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Shea can certainly correct me if I'm off base on that, but that's what I was thinking. It wasn't to go off on a new project or enter into any agreements. It was just simply to make sure that they are in tune with other climate action groups around us, including our upper tier.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions with regard to the motion at hand? Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, just a quick question. So of the number of people that joined this climate action committee to begin with, we're really down to 5 members now, other than our 2 councillors. Is that correct?
Clerk Sharbach.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Thanks for that question, Councillor Hutchinson. It is an important point to make that Councillor Hamilton reached out to all the members of all 3 committees to regroup and sort of get going again, or make a plan for 2021. I think the COVID piece of not meeting has gone on long enough for this group. So all members of all 3 existing committees were approached and certainly invited and asked to join a meeting and talk about this. And these are the ones that showed up to the meeting and indicated that yes, they would be willing to continue to serve on a committee of council. It was not, I guess the attempt was not really to make a new committee, but to streamline what we've got. So instead of 3 committees on our appointment bylaw, we have 1, because it really can all be managed by one cohesive group. And that's why the existing members were polled first to see who would continue. And these are everybody that showed interest.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes, a couple of comments. And again, about the terms of reference. There's a reference to the term prospective guidance rather than recommendations. And I'm not sure I understand what that means. How it's different from making a recommendation rather than providing guidance. Guidance more implies you follow, which may or may not happen. And it's just managing the expectation. And that's true with any committee, by the way, not just this one. So.
Thank you. Through your worship, that is provide prospective guidance or make recommendations to council. The difference is only semantics, but the intent is the same. And if it's council's wish to have the wording more uniform throughout all our committees' terms of reference, then that can be a little housekeeping tidy up to make sure that the understanding is the same across the board. If that's what you're thinking, Councillor Townsend?
It was, because I assume it's the same and it's semantics, but different people interpret different words differently. So just trying to make sure we are being consistent. The other one was in the training paragraph. It should say, I believe, committee members, the chair, vice chair, and recording secretary. If we're being that specific to titling, I think that's the way that it should be described, rather than just training should be for committee. And if we want to stop there, that's the whole committee, right? You don't need to do the titling, but either way works for me. But when we start listing, I think we should be all inclusive. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor.
And these were my only 2 comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comment, Clerk Scharbach?
No, comment noted.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Other members of council to the motion at hand? Seeing none, then all those in favor of the motion? Councillor Hamilton, is that a vote or a comment?
It was just going to be a quick thank you to staff. They invested a lot of time in developing consensus and developing this document, and it's really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling the question then? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We're now moving on to 11.4 CAO. 11.4.1 Partners of Climate Action. Partners for Climate Protection Program Feasibility Report. Clerk Scharbach to the recommendation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be looking for a name from whoever moves this motion to fill in the blank. The recommendation is that council hereby receives the report, Partners for Climate Protection Program Feasibility Report, and that council adopts and supports the Partners for Climate Action Program, and that council directs the Chief Administrative Officer to oversee implementation of the PCP milestones, and that the CAO or designate be the point of contact for the PCP program for the municipality, and that council appoints blank council member to act as a champion at the council level for the PCP program for the municipality.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea?
I'll move the motion and nominate Councillor Hamilton to fill in the blank.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I'll second that motion.
Councillor Hamilton, are you interested in the appointment?
I would love to fill in the blank. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I think it's only fair that we nominate Councillor Hamilton since she's the greenest person on the Zoom call today. But also, I'd like to have our CAO maybe have a comment because she seems to have a place to play in this role.
Yes, most definitely. With that, that is a huge segue. Madam CAO, comment, presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, for the support and the intro. Council will recall that back in the summer, we were asked to report on the Partners for Climate Protection Program, the feasibility of West Grey becoming a member. Since that time, there has been a number of productive initiatives and conversations that have happened. And to that, I would like to extend some thanks to Councillor Shea and Councillor Hamilton for facilitating some of those conversations. We have spoken with Grey County, who are members of the PCP, I guess that's what they're, PCP. And the planner, Ms. Hussein, has moved on from the county, but she was quite instrumental in assisting us with some background information on what membership could look like. And you know, she highly recommended that it would be a beneficial partnership for West Grey, particularly with the guidance and the expertise that you can leverage from this partnership, as well as the opportunity for grant funding. Another conversation that we have had, we did speak with Grey Highlands about the work that they're doing on their climate action plan. They have made some inroads, but to that initiative, there has been a further development with Grey County CAOs in general. I had a conversation with the new CAO at George and Bless, and together we surveyed our colleagues to see if there would be an appetite for the local tiers to work together on these initiatives, and unanimous support that we would like to explore what that could look like. So I'm really excited about that. You know, I think a global approach is actually going to leverage some economies of scale, as well as some expertise that would reach beyond our local level. Membership in the climate protection program does not come at a cost, so it's free to enroll. The literature does say that the first few milestones 1 to 3, the average cost is $110,000, but then again, there is grant funding available. Council has also earmarked $50,000 from our modernization grant to work toward climate action initiatives. So that's another opportunity. But at this point, I'm really just looking for council support for the corporation and now our council representative to further explore what this looks like, come back to council on a regular basis with some updates, and just start moving this important initiative forward.
Thank you. Comments, questions to the motion? I will call the vote then. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We're now moving on to item 11.4.2, Strategic Vision Plan 2021 Areas of Focus. Madam Clerk, could you please read the recommendation?
Your worship, the recommendation is the council receives report Strategic Vision Plan 2021 Areas of Focus for information, and the council approve the following 2021 priorities. 1, customer service strategy. 2, asset management plan. 3, climate action plan. And 4, economic development strategic plan.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I'll second.
Madam CAO, do you have any presentation or comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity. This report is actually serving 2 purposes. The first is to do the traditional updating on the strategies and priorities of our strategic vision plan based on the pillars. You will notice that we've adjusted the matrix a little bit, partly for ease of reading, but also because some of the initiatives have had tremendous progress, and we're seeking council's approval to start focusing in on bigger item projects, which is the second goal of this report and our conversation today. Staff and myself, we've identified 4 key priorities that I think fit into the spirit of our strategic vision plan, and many of the pillars tie into these 4 major projects, which our clerk has just read out as part of the recommendation. The rationale behind these particular items is because they have been both identified in this report, and council has identified these as priorities during the course of this term. So I think it's time that we put some concentrated effort into these 4 projects, and 2021 could be a year that we deliver on these significant action items. So happy to take questions or listen to the conversation. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that presentation. To begin with, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the introduction, Madam CAO. It does put things in perspective for our listeners into why we're labeling the 4 major priorities, and they are the focuses that we've talked about over the last few months and whatnot, and even as part of our budget deliberations. I'm just wondering why we wouldn't reorganize the report to focus on those 4 priorities and rearrange our action plans to fall under each one of those. And like we do with our staff reports, we don't begin with the strategic vision plan element and then talk about the item. We talk about the item, and then we explain how we interact with the others. And I'm just wondering what your thought is on potentially taking that approach, which kind of parallels our staff report approach as well.
Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you through Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. That's actually an evolution that I would like to explore. My first step was to have Council's endorsement of these 4 projects. That is really where we want to put the bulk of our energies this year. And then I do see the vision plan being the reporting being modified to highlight these 4 priorities, and anything else in the plan that we've achieved, we'll certainly report on that. But I agree, these 4 projects from our perspective would be what we'd really like to use as our benchmarking and our reporting.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. One other point, and it has to do with the reference to rollout of branding continues as an action plan. I was actually quite shocked to see that. And the reason I was is because back in July when the new website was installed, one of my concerns was we were rebranding West Grey, and I was assured at that time we were not rebranding West Grey. It appears now we are, and I'm not aware that anything has come to council. So I'm wondering, when will something come to council, and when does council get a chance to feed that? And I will say, normally you do that with consultation with your community and you get input there. We already know we're going to be doing that as part of our strategic plan. You know, what do you want West Grey to look like in some ways? And I'm wondering if that should be a joint effort as well. So it's a kind of a two-part question there, if you could respond.
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to Councillor Townsend. Just to clarify, that sentence really refers to implementing our communication strategy, which came to council back in the summer as well. So it's not necessarily branding, it's consistency in our visual identity. So corporately, we have adjusted our templates for letterhead envelopes. We're working on new business cards with an eye to accessibility, and also the communication strategy that council did adopt. A branding exercise, you're quite right, Councillor Townsend, that's an entirely different project that would be touched upon through the Economic Development Strategic Plan, I would suspect, but we're by no means proposing any new logos or anything like that for West Grey right now. It's just consistency in our templates.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Anything further from members of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, thank you for the report, CAO. I just had a few comments I'd like to make regarding some of the bullets. In the first one, pillar one on working together, talks about listen and empower. Talks about providing opportunities for stakeholders to provide feedback in person, online, or in print. And it talks about two-way communication opportunities in West Grey website and social media channels. And my comment is, I think something that we talk about working on, we haven't really got there yet, is the complaint process and making changes to allow an easier way for our public to make complaints. And I also mentioned about the app, and I think I've shared with our CEO some apps that are out there, sort of thing. So there is opportunity to improve in that area. I think using the website or social media doesn't quite get it. Like there was a form that we have that's sort of very general. Just some way of making that an easier process, I think would be very valuable. So that people, if they have a concern about the road, they just make a quick little thing. It comes to the right personnel at the office and they deal with it. So I think there's an opportunity to streamline there.
Thank you. Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Hutchinson, you're correct. We are anxious to make some more progress in that regard. You'll also recall in the modernization grant, staff proposed and council supported the allocation of some funding to do some enhancements. And I have to give some credit to our clerk who has taken on this portfolio through our recent organizational review and has already identified some tools. So as soon as we have the successful recruitment completed, you'll see some progress on that initiative.
Okay, thank you. Under the pillar 2, vibrant community, talks about working in the middle, work with county partners, developers to build affordable housing. And this is maybe something for our county reps to take back, but I would like to see us put pressure on county to repurpose Rockwood Terrace when we get our new one built, to turn Rockwood Terrace into apartments or some form of affordable housing or alternate housing, put it that way. So I think there's an opportunity there. I don't know what's going to happen with that building, but it's going to be sitting there, and I think there's lots of opportunities there. So I'll just throw that out there for thoughts.
Oh, and on that one, I can jump in. We have a Grey County long-term care redevelopment committee, of which I'm a part of, and there will be updates with regard to what actions we've taken and recommended to council. So once those get approved by council, I'll report back on that. And that's as I continue to do anyway, but I just wanted to add that to this discussion. Okay, Madam CAO, anything further to Councillor Hutchinson's comments? Nothing? Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
One last bullet under the vibrant community, pillar 2, talks about continuing West Grey beautification projects, and it has down pole banner program CIP. And I agree that that's an area that we need to do some work on, focus on. But I also think that Public Works needs to be involved in helping us through that. It can't be just our committee. And that's one of the concerns I think one of our members of our beautification committee has, is regarding you know, the amount of work that needs to be done there. I think Public Works can really help us out there. Maybe our hiring a summer student to focus on gardens and helping out with the beautification would be a way to go. But I just wanted to mention that, and obviously our economic development will continue to work on that, and I have a couple of suggestions for our next meeting coming up. But I think it's an area to focus for sure.
Anything, Madam CIO, to comment back?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. I absolutely agree with you. Public Works has been helpful so far, but there's much work to do, and many hands will be called on. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Anything
Okay.
further, members of council? Councillor Hamilton?
Just a comment, Mayor Robinson, to say thank you to our CEO for bringing this forward today. It's very responsive to the conversations that we have had over the past few months, and I appreciate the focus that you're bringing. You know, we have a very ambitious plan that we put in place before COVID came, and then COVID changed. It came, and we have to make some changes. So I appreciate this focus that you're bringing. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Deputy Mayor then.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Excuse me, and through you to Councillor Hutchinson, I just wanted to also let you know that the recommendation of what they do with the old Rockwood, that has been on the table, and there's certain housing is certainly looking at it. So I just want to let you know that we're working diligently to get that. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? To the motion at hand then, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 4, 5, 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. So that does complete our staff reports. We are on item number 12, questions. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please identify how an individual can raise a question, and also let us know if there's anyone that has a question, please.
Point of order, maybe? Excuse me, Mayor Robinson.
Sure.
I believe the questions was for members of council, not for the public, but perhaps our clerk could clarify our brand new procedural bylaw. Thank
No,
you.
that's fine for the point of clarification. I appreciate it. Clerk Sharbuck, and I'll look at my procedural bylaw too while you're responding.
Through your worship. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. That is right. As we get used to using our new procedural bylaw, that is one of the changes that this allows members of council the opportunity for questions of clarity for anything on the agenda, I believe.
Yes, I just
or
read it.
Updates on previous agenda items. I think this was in response to councillors concerned. How do I ask, what about that thing we talked about last time? What's an update on that? Whether it's a grant application or a project. There was no place in the agenda to really ask for those updates on last month's items, perhaps. So it is specifically for council members.
Thank you for that clarification. And Councillor Hamilton, thanks for raising that. I appreciate it. It's on page 6 of our procedural bylaw. 1.4.6 questions shall mean a section of the agenda where members may request clarification or updates on a previous agenda items. So thank you also, Clerk Sharbuck, to that. Yep. So did you have anything, Councillor Hamilton? Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to make a note on my agendas for that. Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, that's carryover hand.
Fair enough. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Just a couple of additional observations on some of the presentations and other conversations that have been had around the topic. And during the meeting, I did make some notes. And for example, a copy of the Formworks presentation, right, would be good because it gives a lot of information that we haven't seen elsewhere. I did not see it in our package, and I checked the addendum and didn't see it either. And so I thought that would be good. And I know a couple of the other councillors referenced the request about information in it. And if we had it before us, it might give us a benchmark for some of the things like the climate change or moving to, LEED, or even just greener, if you will. In addition, the redesign I'd already addressed, and CBO Shipwreck had agreed to provide that. The other one had to do with Grey County's growth project and the report that they've done. And we do not have that information for West Grey that I'm aware of. If staff have it, it hasn't been shared yet. And I think as part of this discussion around growth and what we do with, our particular areas and how we deal with them with our neighbors that are encroaching on our borders, if you will, having that information would be useful. So I'm wondering whether or not you, Madam Mayor, or the Deputy Mayor would agree to provide that information to council and staff, and even the public if appropriate. I'm not sure where that is in the stage, but I think that is something that we do need access to.
So I can respond to that. That growth management study has not been presented to Grey County Council. We did have a presentation at the last committee of the whole meeting, and I referenced that to all members of council to either look at that particular report or listen in on the meeting. But the actual growth management plan, it was stated that it wasn't ready at that time, but it will soon be submitted. So as per usual, as I always do in the deputy, we just draw attention to different reports that are coming forward on committee agendas. So that will take place as per usual.
So do we have any idea, Madam Mayor, whether that's available? Because I know that Hanover is using theirs already, and they're planning, and yet we aren't. And I kind of feel at a disadvantage because of that. So that's
it wasn't identified in the presentation from the last meeting, but the minute it's available, I'll let you guys know.
Okay, thank you very much. That was it.
Anything further on this question? Okay, thank you. Bylaws, item 13. 13.1, bylaw 19-2021, appoint and contract for bylaw enforcement, Jennifer Watson, amends bylaw number 44-2018. Clerk Shaw, back to the motion or the recommendation at this stage.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 19-2021, being a bylaw to appoint and enter into an interim contract with a bylaw enforcement officer, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend?
Oh, sorry, I'll move it, and I also have a comment later.
Sure. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding?
Yes, I'll second.
You have a question, Councillor Townsend?
Just a comment. And again, having had experience in hiring contract people and understanding the difference between contractor and employee, I'm a little concerned we agree to allowing paid leave. That's normally what you do to an employee. And I just want to make sure that we are not going over that line of opening our exposure of having the individual be identified as an employee rather than a contractor, because you normally don't pay contractors for paid leave.
Madam Clerk, do you have a response for this one?
Sure. Through you, Your Worship. I think we had talked about an interim bylaw to allow for negotiating a new contract, either with Grey Highlands or not, and sorting out a number of pieces moving forward. So this is a very short interim bylaw. It is based word for word on the existing one that council had entered into. I'm not sure the date of the original one, a couple of years ago. And so the only thing that changes in this from the existing one is that Chatsworth has been removed, because we know that's a for sure. And the end date has been extended out 3 months to allow for the negotiations. So those pieces that could possibly confuse where the lines are drawn between contract and employee are certainly part of that sorting out the new contract, for sure. This is just based on the existing to allow us some time to sort out the wording of a longer term contract. Shall I?
Thank you, Clerk Sherbrooke. As long as it's going to be, considered and reviewed as part of the longer term, I'm happy with that. But it's more than just confusion. It actually can put liability back on the employer in the sense that if someone challenges us and is deemed they're an employee, we pay all CPP, all EI past, and both our half and their half. So the liability is a little larger than just confusion. So that's why I raised it.
Very good.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Thank you. I do understand the difference.
Anything further, members of council? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 13.2 bylaw 20-2021 zoning amendment, part of lot 12 concession 1, reference plan 16R.5308, geographic township of Bentic, Municipality of West Grey. Clerk Sherbrooke.
Through you, the recommendation is that bylaw 20-2021, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 37-2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton?
Councillor Hamilton, I second.
Questions? See none? Oh, yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
I was just curious when I first read this, and I think I have it now, but this is the property that's on Highway 4 going into Hanover, is it not? I look back on our website to see, I thought we were going to link some of these planning things so that we have a link back to the previous information and documentation, because if it's a delay and we can't remember exactly what it was, it's nice to be able to look back without having to go through all our agendas. So I presume this is the property that's across from Walmart just going into Hanover. Is that correct?
Clerk Sherbrooke?
Through your worship, this is the property. We had a public meeting in our last meeting date for a zoning amendment application by, I believe, Mr. Tremble for this property. So yeah, that's
okay.
And this is the decision of council on that zoning request.
Yeah, and that's fine. The only thing that identifies it is concession 1 lot 12. And like I say, sometimes we've had some come up that have been, a few weeks rather than days to come forward, and then you try to remember what it was and where it was and that. So we talked about having a link on our agendas that we could look back at previous documentation to refresh our memory. So I'd just like to mention that again, that it sometimes happens, and I thought that that's what this was, but just to make sure for the future, that's all. Thank you.
There'll be some follow-up on that. Thank you. Any further questions? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.3 bylaw 21-2021 street sweeping agreement with Grey County. Clerk Sherbrooke?
Through you, the recommendation is that bylaw number 21-2021, being a bylaw to authorize a street sweeping agreement between the Municipality of West Grey and Grey County, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover? Deputy Mayor?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, did I see your hand up as a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, seconded.
Questions on the bylaw? All those in favor then, raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. 13.4 bylaw 22-2021, opt out of vacant unit rebate program. Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Through your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw number 22-2021, being a bylaw to opt out of the vacant unit rebate program pursuant to section 364 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend,
Councillor Townsend, I move that motion.
Councillor Hamilton,
Yes, I'll second.
are there any questions on the motion? Councillor Townsend,
Yes, I'm just wondering about the communication plan around this change. Is it just going to be done as part of the next distribution of taxation paperwork, or will there be some special communication to those that currently benefit from that?
Madam CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. Councillor Townsend, I haven't actually put any thought to the communication plan. I'll work with our director, though, of finance to put something together. So I appreciate that heads up.
Good question.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, and to further that, I think this would be a good opportunity to promote our CIP, and that given that you know that you're no longer getting a rebate or whatever, but we have this program that will help you to fix your place up or put some money into it or whatever. So I think it's sort of an opportunity to do that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and great comment. Anything further, members of council? Oh, yes, Councillor Hamilton.
Excuse me, Mayor Robinson, just, I'm sorry, perhaps it's on this document, but when would this take place? When would this change take place? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Madam Madam Clerk. Or actually, no. All right, I could go to Director Mighton if you wish. Thank you. Director Mighton,
Sure.
please. Thank you. Redirect.
Sure. This would be effective for the 2021 taxation year. So the rebates historically had been, you could apply up till the end of February for the prior year vacant unit rebate. So this year we are in the process, we'll be processing the final vacant unit rebates for 2020 taxation year. They had up till the end of February 2021 to apply. So that will be the last of those, and there will be nothing for 2021 taxation year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? All those in favor of the motion, please signify with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.5. Bylaw 23-2021, Risk Management Agreement with Grey Sauble Conservation Authority. Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 23-2021, being a bylaw to authorize a source protection plan, Part 4 enforcement transfer agreement with Grey Sauble Conservation Authority, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 13.6, bylaw 24-2021, confirm the proceedings of council. Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, the recommendation is that bylaw 24-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson moves the motion.
Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. The final bylaw on this agenda is 13.7 bylaw 25-2021 sale of Carnegie Library property. Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw number 25-2021, being a bylaw to authorize a purchase and sale agreement with Michael and Peter Anselmo for the Carnegie Library property, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Questions? Seeing, yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I just had a question with, under the Schedule A agreement of purchase and sale, why was the part stroked out about, it says the offers condition upon the seller rezoning the property for residential multifamily purpose, when it is going to be residential? Why is that stroked out? Is it will have to be rezoned, does it not?
Madam CAO, this was under your portfolio, so we'll start with you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I see our planner. Wait a minute. I thought Laura Lee was on the call. I'm sorry.
She was at one point.
She was, and her help would be very beneficial. I know her connectivity is a challenge. Council, may I get back to you on that? That's a good question, and I don't have the answer right now.
Okay, that'll be just fine.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No.
Members of council, anything further? To the motion at hand, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. We are on item 14, new business, and that is 14.1, notice of motion, 100th anniversary of Agnes MacPhail election to the House of Commons. I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Hutchinson to take the chair. I'm transferring it to you because this is a motion that I am moving. And I would also like a recorded vote on this, please. So, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, and I will assume the chair. Go ahead, Mayor Robinson.
Well, with your indulgence, Deputy Mayor, I would like to read the my notice of motion.
Please go ahead, thank you.
So it's whereas the years 2021, 2020, and 2019 each represent significant centennial anniversaries. And whereas 2021 marks the 100th anniversary of the first federal election in which women were able to vote and run as candidates. And whereas 2021 also celebrates the 100th anniversary of Agnes MacPhail, being the first woman elected to the Canadian House of Commons representing Grey Southeast. And whereas 2020 marks the 100th anniversary of the first Ontario municipal election, whereby women ran for elected office. And whereas 2019 marks the 100th anniversary of the Ontario legislature, passing legislation enabling women to run for elected office for the Ontario legislature, as well as Ontario municipal councils. Now therefore be it resolved that West Grey Council acknowledge the importance of these dates. Mr. Chair, after you get a seconder, I would like to speak to this.
Thank you, that's what I was going to go to, so if I could get a seconder. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this recommendation?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, and I will go back to Mayor Robinson, thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Townsend, for seconding this motion. These, as referenced in the motion now, are centennial significant dates, one of which won't come around again for 100 years again. So I think they're very significant just for the activity in being able to run at the municipal level and the other orders of government, and also the significance of Agnes MacPhail. So this is just specific to those milestones and celebrations. And I look around the virtual horseshoe of this council and ask members of council to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Comments or questions from council? Councillor Hutchinson, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I think it is a very important anniversary, and I would suggest maybe we, like, I don't know whether there's nothing really said here about how they're going to celebrate this, but maybe it's something for us to keep in mind. Maybe it's, maybe we include it in our banner program, that we produce a banner that signifies Agnes McPhail or something. So just some way of us showing that we support what has happened in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Point of order, that was Councillor Hutchison, sorry.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was Councillor Hutchison rather than Councillor Townsend.
I apologize. I was looking at, my eyes were searching because figuring, anyways, I apologize and you're right. I will call on Councillor Hamilton now.
No problem.
And just a thank you to Mayor Robinson for bringing this forward and for highlighting these milestones. We've come a long way. We have a lot to celebrate. We have a lot more work to do still. So thank you so much for bringing this to council. You have my support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I have that one right. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I know Mayor Robinson has requested a recorded vote, so I will go to Clerk Scharbeck for that, please. And you're on mute, by the way, Clerk Scharbeck.
Sorry, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll proceed with the recorded vote. Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson,
Councillor Hutchison, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
Councillor Hamilton, yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson,
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea,
Yes.
Mayor Robinson,
In favor.
and that is carried.
Thank you,
Clerk
members. of
Scharbeck. I believe that completes that item, and I will hand the chair back to Mayor Robinson to proceed with number 15.
Thank you,
Announcements.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate it. On item number 15, announcements. So are there any announcements from members of council? All right, then. I just wanted to identify that the Toastmasters Division T International Speech Contest was held just a short time ago, and we did have a competitor from Durham, Lishi Springfield. She was a competitor in this division contest, and her speech was most interesting, and just wanted to say congratulations for her reaching this participation level. The Toastmasters extended an invitation for me to attend, and it was the most interesting event to watch via Zoom. Members of council, anything further? All right, well, thank you. Item 16, closed session. That would be an NA for this report, for this agenda. Item 17, report from closed session, is an NA. Item 18 is adjournment. Clerk Scharbeck?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 2:04 p.m. to meet again on April 16th at 6 p.m. or at the call of the chair.
Is there a mover for this motion?
Oh, wait,
Yes?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I believe we're meeting on April 14th for a special meeting.
We
for,
are.
the budget. So we'll say April 14th or at the call of the chair.
Sure.
And that's
April
an
14th.
8:30 a.m. start.
Yeah, that's a budget meeting, certainly. Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I'll move.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned. Thank you all members of council, and thank you to our citizens listening in. Enjoy the balance of your day.